Good evening and welcome. Is everything working? Ah, man. I had to reset my password for Twitch when I was there, so the timer is a lie. It is absolutely a lie. Right. Good evening, everyone. It is so good to see you. Don't know how many there are, but man, I just got home, and on my way home, I was like, okay, what do I want to do? Dinner, movie, washing, streaming. Yes. So that was pretty obvious. I thought it was a good time to do streaming. Also because all the other Satisfactory streamers are still stuck at TwitchCon. So we have the market for ourselves. We can now corner the market. There is no one to stop us. I don't know. Yeah, possible the hype chain tracker is yeah, that's very likely. Thank you, Jeff. Awesome. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. So if you could help me with what I need to do, there's something I have to enable or some token or something. Like Streamlabs didn't work. All of this stuff is. There's a lot of things that I'll find out that's not working. But hey, we're live. That's awesome. It's super cool. Thank you, Jeff. You're awesome. And yeah, I survived Skipple. Holy shit. I've never seen a queue like that. You go in through the gate and then there's like all flights, all gates. That's the queue. And you just look at the queue and it just stretches on. You're inside the terminal and you see up there, the entirety of the first floor is just back and forth. And you go, okay. You start walking over and then, oh no, you have to go outside. Okay, there's still a queue forming. Okay, then you walk down a long corridor and you just walk and the queue is still there. And like, you get outside of the area and there's still like more queue. I thought you said you were driving. No, I wasn't driving. I didn't. It would be too much. I mean, retrospectively, considering all this shit, I should probably have driven back and forth. But then it would have taken basically a day more on either end. But oh man, 2 hours in security queue. I mean, things moved speedily, except when an extended Turkish family decided that no. Queuing might be for everyone, but not for us. So they just opened the zip line and went in, and there was lots of commotion, and then security just came, Rah! And they got told very nicely that they could either go to the back of the line or they could get the fuck out of the airport. And then they grumbled and really thought it was unfair that they had to stand in line like everyone else. But they did. While everyone else in queue was just smirking at them while they were going to the back of the line. There's a bit of justice in the world. A tiny bit. Yeah. So, and yes, I am somewhat in good health, I think. I'd like to talk more about about TwitchCon and all the cool stuff. I'm still processing, obviously, but I thought, let's get started. Let's dive in. It's good to see you all. Hey, Bartek. I met Bartek. It was good to see you. Hope you had a good rest of the convention. I don't know. Is it convention? I don't know. It's a conference. Whatever. TwitchCon. Yeah. So met a lot of people. Met Jason Snoot for the first time. I met Kibitz and Total Clips and It's Bits and Max the Catfish and Yuri Marcus and a lot of other Satisfactory streamers. Basically only Satisfactory streamers. They were the only ones who were there. So, yeah. It was good talking, good to get a chance to talk a bit of content with, for example, Kibitz, someone who I've been I think it was really cool. There's very much a mutual respect, and it was really cool that we could sort of sit down after a few beers and have a chat about the art / process of the content creation. It was super cool. So that was awesome. Any Factorio presence there? Nope. Not that I heard of, not that I saw. A few people approached me and go like, I love your Factorio stuff. But I didn't see anyone Factorio streamer, any VOOP thing, anything at all. So no, I didn't expect it either, but it's a dead game until something happens, right? But you can say, I mean, Jason Snoot, they are good at drumming up things. So they just made a get together after, like, outside and on Saturday evening, just for people nearby. It was super cool. So there's definitely a difference between how they do things. Hello, Arthur, thank you very much for the 41 months. That is super nice of you. Right, let's sort of get our hands dirty. Most Factorio content these days is there's only one thing that remains on for Factorio, and that is speedruns, and that's just Jeff Nefrums and Angelites doing speedruns, so that's kind of it. I mean, I'm sure there's other things, but that's the only thing that has any kind of use. Code broken. I get. All right. So, so Jeff, that was not a comment for me. That was a comment for yourself. Cool. Yeah. So here's the thing. Last week, I felt not great. And there was the part where I've been completely offline for 8-9 days or something, and then coming back not feeling great. It was really hard for me to sort of get back in the groove on a stream one day, and I felt like shit, and I could really hear my throat was killing me. Hey, yes, thank you for the 40 months, 4 metric years. Thank you. So it was just really hard to get back into it because I wasn't feeling very well, and I was kind of like stressing out about getting ready and getting fresh to go to TwitchCon, and not sure I could sort of get that going. And thank you, Sybil Co-Writer, for the 39 months. So it was 41 months, then it's 40 months, then it's 39 months. So I need someone to resub with 38 months. Come on, we'll make it all the way down to 30, all the way down to 1 month subscriber. Missed you. Oh, I missed you too. Missed all of you. What do we count down to? 0. So anyway, yeah, so it was really hard last week because I wasn't feeling well, and I was like, it feels like a bit of a chore because I didn't feel well. And then I took the trip to TwitchCon, talked about content creation, had a few epiphanies about what I'm doing, what I want to do, and then I came back, and then like immediately as I was driving home, I was like, I want to stream. So that's really nice. That's how vacations are supposed to go. Hey, thank you, Joe Kip, for the 16 months combo breaker, and you're always welcome for that. And Nick too, thank you for the 40 months, also 4 metric years for you. Hey, Ursula, thank you for the 500 bits. Let's get into the game, if it works. So there's definitely a lot of things that are. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. That also has been locked down. My Twitch overlay here. There. That one. No. Pop out. That would be good. Oh, sorry. Just need to get. It feels like I don't know how to use a computer anymore. It's crazy. Oh, stop. What happened? Oh, that was Miss Timothy with the 500 bits. Thank you. Also joining in, and Simple Code Writer gifting 5 subs, and Barthik also gifting 5 subs. Yeah, when I told the other, like, we're sitting there talking, all of us Satisfactory streamers, and then our modest fellowship expands. Then someone asked, like, oh, have you met anyone from your community? I was like, oh, yeah, I met someone, like, the most prolific gift stopper. He's also here, very nice guy. I was like, oh, really? Like, yeah, you know, like 2,000 plus gift subs. And like, oh, like, I am not introducing him to any of you, by the way. He's mine. You can go watch Chris sometimes, but not anyone else. It's awesome. But they were like, can we, So, thank you, Wesker, for the gift up as well. Thank you. That the bug with nuclear waste instead of water is only for the pond on the hill and not the whole map. Yeah, didn't know that. Yep. It is. It's just the one I chose, of course. Which is also why it's not particularly important, because whatever. Don't use that one. Like, it's kind of hard to move things around. Alright. Where are we? What are we? Oh yeah, we were doing this. And then right at the end of last time, someone had a good idea, and I went like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let me do that. I don't think I'm going to do that immediately. We just need to roam a bit and just get a sense of this build. Yeah. Oh, freak. So, I met Jace on the first evening at the partner party. And I complimented him. I was like, yeah, you know, and we were sitting there in a group and talking, and he came over, and it was all nice, and complimenting on the communication skills. And you know what? He's a nice guy, but it's pretty obvious that he doesn't like me. But he is professional enough that he makes an effort to not show it. Kudos to him, but it's pretty obvious. So Saturday evening, we went to an after party, and then Snoot came and joined later on. And he came and said hello to all the streamers except me. And then I said, hi, nice to finally meet you. And he was like, okay. So yeah, no, I didn't submit a bug report in person. It was not really the moment for it. That was it was pretty clear that that was not of interest. Yeah, okay, exactly. That's how I felt. Like, okay, so I guess I'm like, so you might be like, how do you know? Well, the thing is, when you talk to someone, and they're a complete idiot, and they come up to you and say something to you, and you're already like, well, they're saying something, and it doesn't matter what they're saying, you're just already like, I know it's gonna be stupid what you say, and then you give them a compliment. Oh, I really like the way that you are doing communication. Oh, okay. Like, but you still reveal that you are already assuming that it's gonna be some annoying shit. That's gonna be so. Yeah, that's kind of that was definitely the impression I got. Jace probably swatted it. No, I know. Jason's professional enough about it. It was definitely. And you know what? Really like him. Really like Jace. Ah, that's stupid. And I think they do I think he's doing a great job on that. But it was just quite clear that yeah, I'm not going to be having any conversation here. What's the beef? I don't know. I'm just probably not as fanboyish as the other content creators are, and have been complaining about some of the things and found it to be more silly than constructive. But you know, that's me. Don't really care, don't really mind. That's fine. It's not like there's massive beef or anything. It was just like pretty obvious. Oh, that hype train just got killed. Oops. Oh well. Damn. I should have been hyping the hype train instead. It started so nice. Alright, anyway. By the way, we're gonna check this out. Yeah, so thank you for joining in on that. Mr. Anomaly, thank you for the 8 months. Nova overlay. Yeah, we need to get the overlay. All right. So if you're sitting on considering a resub, you can always wait a couple of hours. Maybe there'll be another chance later on when so we can test out the hype train tracker if we get that working again. Yeah, well, I also kind of forgot it. Now I started rambling about my experience. So, but that's like, I don't know. It's just the way it is. So what you see me do here is I just moved the whole thing one tile down. I realized that at the end of last time that it would be much nicer if it was moved one tile down. So that is what we do. Because I have to move it anyway because there was a good idea about sort of making it more modularized and I want to do that. So as we do that, we also need to, or we should be doing it here. Ta-da! Take that out. Met a lot of cool people at TwitchCon. It was really nice, but it is still a weird thing. It's one of those things like if any of you are used to going to conventions, then at least for me and the people I've always gone to conventions with, it's always the same feel that when you're at the convention, you feel like most of the time you're just wandering around looking for the thing that you should be doing right now, and when you come back, you kind of forget all the wandering. And you just remember all the cool people you met or all the cool tech you saw or whatever. Because all the wandering thing is just, it's irrelevant anyway. So it's kind of how it is. Right now, my feet definitely remember that I've been walking all day, every day for the last 3 days. I haven't I didn't sit down much, just walking, right? Let's see how far we want to go over here. Want to go over here? That's yeah, let's do that. But I must say that of all the people I met, the coolest person that I met, one who's definitely sort of, how to say it, has sparked the most thought. Who do you think that was? Instructions. Oh, cool. Should be quick and painful. Love it. Quick and painful. Hello, Gamboa. Welcome back to me and to you. Good. So that should be here, and then that should be missing as well. Hello, everyone. So good of you to join. Now there's a drought of No, so most inspiring person I talked to. I mean, that doesn't mean that other people were not as inspiring, but Kibitz definitely was the most interesting person to talk to. Like, because we have a very, we don't have a similar way of doing content, but we have a similar way of looking at it. And it was just really cool that we had like mutual respect and could sort of just talk openly about it. Oh yeah, like what do you think about that? Like, yeah, I've also been noticing this kind of thing. Okay, yeah, and it was so cool that just to have someone that is sort of in this having the same challenges and that kind of thing. Because oftentimes when you talk to someone and their challenges as a streamer is just making it, while that's a different thing of just sort of like, how do I get people into my stream? And let's say you guys are here, so that's already a good sign. Then we can start looking at, okay, how to sort of prioritize private life and content creation and that kind of thing. It's really cool. Very nice. I thought you'd say Amaranth. Amaranth wasn't there. The thing is, there weren't any celebrity streamers at all. Supposedly Hasanabi was there for like a meet and greet, but I think that's the only somewhat celebrity streamer. Even during the, I even walked past the meet and greets with all the celebrity streamers, and I didn't recognize a single one of them. There, we now have a place to work. Yeah, so it's what, but you know who I did talk to? Let me just see if hold on. Ah, crap. Does it work? No, it's not. Yeah. I can't remember his name. Damn it. But I talked to Emmett Shear, who is the CEO of Twitch. Nice guy. Not oh, you also have this part is also not working. Wow. I mean, not even updated. Yeah, so actually talking to the CEO of Twitch was interesting. And I also talked to the president, who is the guy who's doing operations, and I can't remember his name. Nice guy. Also talked to Mike Minton, who is the guy who is VP of bits, subs, Prime, and ads, like all the money making parts of it. He actually came to me after I gave him a hard time 3 years ago at TwitchCon. He recognized me and go like, so I had a good chat with him. Very nice guy. Still said I hated ads. He still said you have to, and then sort of we we agreed to disagree. I'm gonna need to get that from the. Basically, the premise is I hate ads, and he was like, yeah, but you have to. You have to have them. Yeah, but I hate them. Can't you just be happy with all the subs and bits? And like, yeah, but we want you to run ads in all the, as well. Yeah. Did I go for one day only? No. I literally started streaming the second I came in through the door. I need to find something. I need to find the hype train logs. Oh, right. It obviously that doesn't work. uh, so that must be simple code writer. Ugh, it's all weird. There, here, level 1, and we'll do that one, and then and And that must be what you like. There. As far as I can tell. Right? Looking for conductors. Yep, that's... You are the one conductor. Cool. Yeah, so anyway, when I talked to Emmett Shear, the CEO, the one question I asked him, because that's the one thing that is most on my mind, is what is Twitch doing to mitigate the problem of that it's a kingmaker system? Basically that if you are the top of the category, you get 80 to 90% of the views because everyone comes in and looks at the goat and they go like, ah, this guy has the most, let me get in there. And bit of a roundabout way, he acknowledged that that was a problem. They had actually tested some things, which I didn't even know, which was pretty cool. They had tested what would happen if they removed the view count. And what happened when they removed the view count so that you couldn't see the views anymore? People just didn't click then. People just didn't join the stream because they didn't have any information to go by. So instead of having people choose based on something else, then people just didn't choose. Which I kind of, when you think about it, like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. When you have a choice and you don't have any parameters to choose from, then you kind of get paralyzed easily and just go like, fuck it, I'm not choosing anything then. So I think I would probably do the same thing if in the same position of like, yeah, if you don't get anything to choose from. But it was nice to know that he also saw that as a big problem, and they had done sort of different tests, and they were working on different ways, different parameters like recommendations and allowing people to do some more testing and jumping from channel to channel without sort of getting the blocks. But it was good to see that they saw the same problem. Can't afford? Oh, damn it. Oh well. Because that is the biggest problem, I think, for Twitch as a whole, because it makes it really difficult to grow your stream in a crowded category, and it makes it really difficult for new streamers to come on up. What percent of Twitch revenue is ads versus subscription? 80% ads. I also got a really interesting number. Like, for all of you operations nerds out there, I got a number that their internal cost for running a stream of 1,000 viewers for 1 hour is $10. It's not immediately useful, but for any operations nerds, it's still a benchmark, right? Like, that's what they are saying. Okay, that's their internal cost to run a stream of 1,000 viewers. The interesting thing, and I didn't get that number, my guess is that see, I knew that someone like you, Jeff, would be like, interesting. But I don't think that scales linearly. I think that a stream of one person is, I don't know, that could easily cost $5. Like, I don't think at all it's linear. I think there's a huge startup cost, and then it tapers off because you already are publishing and providing the bandwidth and all of that infrastructure crap and transcoding and all that. Hello, Ice Cream Acid. Yeah, exactly. The overheads in transcoding. If you have one viewer, you're still gonna have to transcode it because you never know. Yeah, but their benchmark was internally $10 for a 1,000 viewer stream. Yeah, they don't guarantee transcode costs to non-partners. No. So games as for me in English, no, like French streamers, and only cool builders. Yeah, the number of followers. Some very good streamers have very few followers and viewers. Absolutely, you're completely correct. And there are also some absolute shit streams that have hundreds of thousands of viewers, at least tens of thousands of viewers. So view count is not a... The thing is, like, if you don't know anything, it's a good proxy. Because if I go in and there's a new, let's say, in the morning, I'm going like, how about having some captive industry on the background? I go to the Twitch category and go like, okay, there's a guy with 34 viewers, and then there's someone with 7, and then there's 10 streams with 1 viewer. Like, what are you gonna do, right? I'm never gonna click on one of those with one viewer. Never. It just never happens, right? And yeah. Yeah, 10K, 1K, 100, 1. Yeah, very different vibes. Yep. That was also something that Mike Minton, who is VP of the money part, said to me. He said he's actually come by sometimes for the streams. He's been following the Satisfactory stream. So, hello. He's still at TwitchCon probably. Like, he said that this style of my style of stream works really well at this size, but doesn't work very well with 5,000 viewers. And it's true, because I like talking. I like engaging, and just having just kappa spams and other emote spams, then kind of lose something. I have not built a damn thing. Let's build some shit here. There we go. We're done. We're starting. Yeah, no stuff openly lurking. Yeah, that. But I don't think. I think we would notice generally. 5 viewers don't allow for proper topic of talk today. Not really. I also went to a couple of the seminars or workshops, and there was one about design your brand, and I thought, like, I got this covered. Let's see what they have to offer. But it's probably just rehashing of old, the stuff we know about branding. It was really good. They had their own models that they had done research and data on that fit. That was like, this is how we categorize. This is how you could categorize Twitch streamers from a branding perspective. And it was really insightful. It was so cool because I've read a lot of branding and marketing books and had courses. And this one was like, nah, as a Twitch streamer, this is the kind of stream that we see. We categorize them on these parameters from casual to hardcore, from focused to interactive, and from entertaining to informative. Like those, some sliders where you could sort of see yourself, and they were sort of like, okay, here are some examples of big streamers. Where do we think that they are? And then it was quite easy to sort of go like, yeah, this person, Shroud, yeah, he's definitely very focused and very hardcore and very informative, not doing it for the entertainment. The entertainment is the game. It was super cool. So that was empirical evidence. But the thing is, like, they had done the research on their own Twitch, on the Twitch streams on their platforms, instead of just looking at the marketing material. And I thought it was super cool because it didn't fit to anything else, but it fit perfectly to the situation here. So that was a really nice surprise. I think I'll actually be putting some of that into a channel update soon, because I thought it was really insightful. Sorry. It's even worse when streamer uses those words in a normal conversation. Oh, when you hear people go, "Oh, Monka S," like that's not a word. You are just, or people who go, "Oh, lol," like, that's so 10 years ago, and it's don't ever say that. Don't ever say that. Well, KekW's in chat. I mean, that I can see that, because you're referring to the emote, but putting it into a normal sentence, just you, right? Yeah, poggers. Yeah, I've heard numerous 10 to 12-year-olds say that. I wonder what we're supposed to be doing here. We're supposed to be building motorlicious. That's 10 of this and 10 of that. Okay, so 10. 5. So we need 2 of these. And that was the rotor part, and then what about the stator part? Was that the one? Yeah. So we also need 2 stators. So the idea is, for this build, we are going to do motors, and we're going to build it in sort of modules, I think. That will consist of 1 assembler of this, and 2 assemblers of that, and 2 assemblers of 2 assemblers of rotors, 2 assemblers of stators. That will be a thing. And they will both be relying on steel and wire, steel and wire, steel and wire, steel and wire. So what I need to get in here is steel pipes and wire. So let's have a look at how much in terms of wiring we need. Oh, in terms of pipes, that's 10. Oops, 10 plus 10, that's 20 plus 15 plus 15, so 30 more. 20, 50, that's 50. So I can only build 2 of these things, right? Today I found a streamer who burped several times in his mic. American guy. It didn't stay long for that stream. And he was building noodles? Building noodles? Yeah. There's, with the respect to that, GOAT, greatest of all time. Not everything can be greatest of all. There is an inflation, right? It used to be something that's good, and then it was mega, and now it's giga, and then at some point it'll be next one, right? Mess with pipes. I thought it was a cooking stream. Oh. Okay, so if this is what we build, how are we going to make it in a cool way? We can't. We can sort of have it 2 on the, have the things come in the middle, 2 on the side, 1 on the end. Yeah, that's how it's going to do it. And then build multiple of them. Yeah. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Cool. Now I just select these, copy, and then paste. Ah, damn it. Right. So my idea is that I'll have something. I'll have iron coming in. Where did we? There was something where we found where we needed the iron from. Was it here or here? I don't know. It'll come in somewhere. Where was it we were supposed to get the iron from? Woo! J Batman, thank you for the 7 months of tier 3. That is amazing. Oh, good to see you. Oh yeah, these ones. I think this is the one we wanted. Then and that means it's gonna actually come in from that side. It doesn't matter. I'm still gonna have to take these out. Okay, so the first thing that happens is that I'm gonna get this will be for steel pipes, and then this will be for iron ore, iron ingots. Still no overlay. Yeah, but it's also on cooldown. But that's because I haven't had a break yet, and I'm gonna fix that in the break. To authorize block, click this link. It'll ask you to approve. All right, now I'm just seizing my empire to Jeff because he distracted me. Read your channel's hype train data, view live stream, chat room messages. That seems harmless enough. Refuse to connect. Oh! Right, that one. Which I'll copy here to you. It's good thing that I read the whole thing. No, that's not correct. That's definitely... Alright, Jeff, I tried it. Can you look? It doesn't at all look correct. Oh, yes, that is correct. Perfect. It just looked like an error to me, but it was supposed to be an error. Hey, okay, thank you for joining. Short but sweet. Eldarks, good evening and welcome. How's the spicy water doing? I'm still close enough, so it's still spicy. Okay. How do we do this? Or since I'm only getting one thing in here, then I should probably just get both of them in at middle. Yeah. And then one of them will be higher up. Hey, Koopa, thank you for the 18 months. I don't think it works, does it? No, it hasn't loaded yet. We are still waiting for I guess we're waiting for Jeff to say that done something or something. Or maybe I need to reload it. Anyway, I hope that... I have to do a little more. Okay, thank you. Awesome. So from here, through the toxic, we'll get iron ore in. And that will go into a branch. Let's get the branch first. Here, let's see. Let's branch it randomly. Here. It's coming from this side, iron ore, going in. Then it's going to be split into a smelter. Nope, I guess it's not going to be put into a smelter because I don't have any of that. Oh, what a beautiful mess I have down here. How are we doing on 35? Pretty good. Oh no, I'm not supposed to go down here. Ah, crap. See everyone again. Head out to the new Thor with the kids. Oh, nice. Trick your credit cards and you buy 2 weeks ago. Oh. What? I'm already up to last year 8 reasons in my build. I guess you're a bit faster than I am. Alright, so we have to go back up here because that's where we're supposed to go. Go up, autosave in 10 seconds. There we go. Good old autosave. And the kick. And there. Whoop. And we are supposed to get that one. And that one. Also. What else do we need to get? Or do we want to get? 100 plus 100. I think we'll... Oh. Okay, more plates. There. Well, it didn't take time off the 4 weeks yet. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that must be nice. 4 weeks vacation. Like that? Is that even middle? I don't know. There. Okay, so this is going to make ingots, yeah? And then the ingots are going to make... here's another problem. Iron wire. Okay, so one of those can go into 2 of the other ones, or maybe even 3-ish. And I need to figure out how much I need. I need 30 plus 30, so that's 60. And then I need 40 plus 40. So 140 in total. Okay, 140. And watch back, refresh your OBS. Oh, right, I'll do that. I'll try to let's just do this one. I can try to take it off. There we go. It is there. It's a nice little icon. Thank you so much, Jeff. That's awesome. Glad you're feeling better and got some rest and relaxation. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad too. It was nice. My copper got an angled wire. Yeah, what's the problem with that? All right, all right. So if I need to make 140 of this, 140 divided by 22.5. Yeah, every 30 divided by 5 multiplied by 9. Does that work? 54. 18. So if this one makes 18, then I'd have to have 3 of these. That's only 56. That's still like a shitty number, right? Yeah, it is. Don't like that. 22.5, 22.5. Good evening, Woody. What's fun to use? But yeah, I mean, I don't, because then the alignment is super annoying. Overflow and sync? No, definitely not. You don't overflow use those things like this. Yeah, I don't like it, because this is not even enough. Right? If these are, I'm just trying to find some good number where I can go like, okay, if I do 7 of those, then 7 is never a good number. But 8 of those, if I do 8, that means that I built 4. But that will need 4 will not match very well here. So that's not a good way of doing it, because that's also way too much. So 7 might be the best. And if I do 7, then I'm gonna have 3 smelters. I know they're not gonna be right here, but you know. 3 smelters. 140 divided by 9 multiplied by 5. 77. And they're 30 each. So it's 30 plus 30 plus then 18 or something, right? You have to get the hover pack, yeah. But I don't have it. Okay, so what if 18 plus 18. Sorry, 12 and a half plus 12 and a half. That's 25. So you're going to make 25 outbound. And then you're also going to make 25 outbound. So they will be feeding into 2 full ones each. Thank you, Enzo Matrix. Thank you for the 4 months. Then what do we have? We have 60 divided by 5 multiplied by 9. That's 108. And I need 140 minus 108. That means I need 32 remaining for the last one. And 32 divided by 9 multiplied by 5. That means 17. Okay, so this one is going to be producing here 18. And then would that have to go into 2 in the middle. I guess that's an option. So it's 3 here. 6 is, that's just not okay. That's not okay. How am I messing this up? If I'm putting 22, then I'm gonna get, oh right, I'm only gonna get 45 from each of these. Yeah, okay. So I'm getting 45 plus 45. That's only 90, so that means the last one has to do, what was it? Minus 90. I know I can do this, right? 50. If I'm doing 50 divided by 9 multiplied by 5, 27. Okay. So you have to actually output 28-ish. Let's go 30. And then I'd have 3 in the middle that will consume like that, 10 each. And I'll produce 18, 54, 50. Yeah, okay. So this will be 45 plus 45 on the other side, plus the 3 in the middle that will be producing 54, and that's enough. Good. All right, so that's 7. And good. I know what to do it. All right, got it. And I know exactly how to do it. It's going to be perfect. Brilliant. Awesome. Amazing. I hope. Let's pretend this is the middle one. Yeah. Where's the item count in the machine updated? Yes. I don't see why it has to wait for the first update. All right, so that's gonna be the middle one. That's the one that leads into 3. So that comes out of this. This will go 30, and it'll go into 3 of these bad boys. There we go. 1. You will be scaled down. Iron wire. Scale down to 80%. Like that. I have another one on the side here. And another one on the side here. Then we're going to do another. This will be 1, 2, and we'll just let this go. Somewhat like that. These go away. 1, 2, 3. And I just love making modules because then I can copy paste them, and then it'll be super easy when I make the next one, because it's just take the stuff we have and then copy. Oh, wait a minute. That never gets old. Isn't it easier to just go max on 2 than just adjust the last one? So, no. I'm not going to do a manifold. I'm going to do something that's supposed to look a bit nice. So it comes a line in here, that goes in, split it into all of it, and then it goes. It gets collected here into a merger. And that will now go down this line. Down there. And then on either side I will have a big box here, another one on this side here, and then likewise, and then they'll be coming out and then at the end merging together and building something. Why? Yeah, it's not actually great, is it? Hello, Conrad. Good evening. It's not great because what happens now is that this is nice and cool that all comes into the middle. I'm going to bring at higher up, I'm going to bring the steel pipes in. Steel pipes goes in, splits out, awesome. Except now I have the 2 ingredients on the outside. That's not great. We're trying to make a motor build, and having that on the outside just seems a bit eh. So that means it just end up leaning towards having something like this instead. And then I'm going to be having all sorts of other issues because this is going to be here and it's going to output 25 and 25 goes into that one. That's going to be full and it's going to be full. And then we have the issue again that outputs 45, but if I'm putting it in here, I have either the stator that requires 40, that's the closest one. That means I have to siphon off 5 of them somehow. Yeah. So it kind of has to sort of make it a manifold again. And I wanted to get rid of the manifold. Hello, Peter Shark. Good to see you. Okay, so I guess they have to sort of go out on the outside and merge. It's so ugly. Like, why does it become particularly ugly? Because on the other side... when I build the next module, I'll have the pairing for this coming right here. So they're actually next to each other, but they're not the ones merging into the next level. So that's... alternatively, I just get all of this stuff on one belt out here and then sort of manifold it back. It's just so boring. It's so boring. I wanted to make a module. I wanted to make a module that could do something. But we also know that if I have 7 machines here that goes into 4 machines at the next tier, it's never going to be neat. The middle one will definitely have to be split. And I could do that, but then I'd have to have one making... oh, it's horrible. Yeah, I'd have to make one making status plus one making rotors on that side, one making status, one making motors on that side. That's horrible. Right, and then, because then there'll be many more belts just consolidating in. My issue is that this is better because then it's shorter belting. But I kind of have to sort of drag it out and drag it back in. Easiest would be just make one of each. And then overclocking it the hell out of it and go like, there we go. Just one. Done. But alas. Is there a way to... okay, so it's 40 plus 40 plus 30 plus 30. So 40 plus 40 is something. Who knows what that is? Probably 80. And this is making 25 plus 25, 22.5 plus 22.5 is 45. And the next one is making, only running at 80%, because it is. What is 80% of that? 18. Ooh, thank you. Could Buffett just fix it? Yes, of course. 18 plus 18 plus 45. Oh, 81. 81. That actually works. That actually works. That's perfect. I'm happy. Everyone's happy. All right. Doesn't quite work. Because this is 18, this is 18, this is 22.5, this is 22.5. So it's not exactly even when I place these two here. That will be overfilled and this one will be underfilled. Unless I, again, do a stupid, annoying one. God, that's annoying. That is so annoying. Right? I hope that you're getting the annoying part here. Because if I'm producing 18 plus 18, that's not enough to saturate this. And over here I'm producing 22.5 plus 22.5. That's too much to saturate this. So this one will be oversaturated, this one will be undersaturated. Then the question is, can I fix that with a smart splitter thingy? Yeah, but if I clock them to 20 each, then I don't... If I clock them to 20 each, this one cannot provide enough to fill 3 times 18. 3 times 20. 3 times 20 is too much. If it's... Might go 18 plus 22.5 because I can't. The reason why I have these as 18 outbound is because 18 outbound is 10 inbound, and 1, 2, 3 times 10 matches that one. So the way I can do that is by adding extra things here, right? Yeah, can we use a smart splitter? That's the kind of thing I'm also thinking, like maybe we can use a smart splitter where it just tries to force it in there and then the overflow go that way. Yeah, but it has to be a smart splitter, otherwise it doesn't work. I'll try that. Okay, so let's build this. Let's see if I can remember where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be one off. Come on, give me that line there. There we go. Okay, so that's one, and the other one will be so how does this work? This will be a merger. And then at this point, I'll have a AI limiters. How do we make AI limiters? I don't think we have the stuff for the AI limiters on us. Ah, 4 of them. We'll take it. Yeah, and trick, that's not a good idea. I don't like it. Everyone for the last 4 years has been, oh, small trick. That's the reason why I don't do it. It's awful, and it doesn't snap well. And I proved it this time around when someone said, all right, I'll do it. And I snapped, and it didn't fucking work. And then I was like, never again. Never fucking again am I going to do it. It doesn't work. There. All right, and then I'll have no, they're not smart splitters. What are you? You're a smart splitter. Just normal splitter. That one? Okay. And then this will be a merge. And then this will just go in there. And placing splitters and elevators too works. If you buy If you do this and call that works, then yes, but I would never do that. Okay, so let's see. These 4 go into these 2. Yeah, let's do the belts for this and just hope that I don't have to redo that. This is the... well, I will have to redo... I just have to get that in. Good. Alright, let's go. From here, goes into a splitter. That's the smart splitter. Smart splitter says... First we do this for all of them, because they're still broken. Right will have any. And left will have overflow. Yeah. So I get 22.5 here. Then I get... That's not correct, is it? Then I also get 22.5 here. Then it will jam because this can't consume fast enough. Then this will eventually get full because it'll alternate between these two. Am I then supposed to push it to the other side? Am I supposed to push it to the side that has not enough in the beginning? Let me just try that logic instead. Okay, so how would that work? That would be... This is 18 plus 18. That go in here. And then... 18 plus 18, that goes 36 in here. And then it gets a full belt here. 22.5. And then these two are going to be stuck. No, I can't do it. I don't think this can be done with the smart splitter. I don't think it's gonna add up. Anyone have any thoughts on this? Damn it. Because I think that if I send too much this way, it'll alternate between coming out here and coming out there. And then this one, yeah, it won't work. Damn, it's just missing something. Yeah, by not manifolding it. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. And I just don't like it because I want to do it. Didn't you want to make wire from copper? No, I don't think so. I think we wanted to do it this way. Yes, I'm not overclocking for simple builds. Because then I don't have enough to get it going. Generally, right? That's the stator. But in this case, it might be... Maybe the only way to do it is by just underclocking to correspond here, and then this one will have to be overclocked, and then output. 12.5. Is that it? Don't like it, but do a balancer. There's no room for a balancer. I'm not gonna put... I mean, balancers are absolutely disgusting here in this game. They take this much space, one balancer, so I don't have an option of doing a balancer unless I just want everything to be taking up way too much space. This is a module, So you don't build balances in the middle of a module. So, not an option. I think there's actually an easier way to do this. Instead of overclocking this one, what if I overclocked this one? But how much would I have to overclock it? This is outputting 18. What if it's then outputting 20? Huh? Yes. Hold on, and this is... Then I need to figure out what this has to output. You seen the new city resource management game, Urbeck? Nope, never heard of it. City resource management is not my kind of genre, but if you think it might be interesting, then please share like a Steam link on my Discord, because there's no way that I, after the stream or tomorrow, go like, what was that game that someone recommended? But I regularly check in Discord to see anything that gets recommended. I always click on it, I always watch the videos, just see if there's something. Even if I don't really respond to it, I'm always checking it out. Right, let me... Alright, these two are going to make steel rotors. So that's 30 plus 30, and that's 60. And I'm producing here 45 between these two. They're making 45. So the next one has to make 15. So you're consuming 8.3 something, 8.4. And these, oops. Okay. Let's see. This is 20 plus 20 plus 15. 20 plus 20 plus 15. We'll do it very slowly so I can keep up. Okay, so 55. 55 divided by 9, multiplied by 5, gives us 30.5. So it's only like very slightly more than it can actually do here. This is the smallest of overclocking you can ever imagine. Maybe it's not even an overclock. Maybe it's just, it's running a bit slow somewhere. Yeah, let's do that. It's not the right one. No, I copied the wrong one. No, it's this one that's incorrect. Right, isn't it? What? No, I think I have one too many. What? All right, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay, you're supposed to be here. And not you, and then not you. That's how it goes. Here. Okay. That's better-ish. So that's actually correct. And it'll be running tiny bit slow, but absolutely not relevant. So this one is going to get 20 plus 20. What? No, not you. Okay. Oh, this is going to have the same problem. No! This is 20. This is 22.5. This is 22.5. What? This is 15. Yeah. So how do I split the middle one? I can't split the middle one. Oh my god, I hate this. There's just no way of doing it without manifold. Oh my god, this is so bad. I just desperately want to try to do something new. It won't let me. It just won't let me do it. What do you guys think? Scrap it? Throw it away? Because the thing is, this is supposed to be a module that you're like, we'll just make another module. But if the module is like, okay, this one has to be 88.89, and this one has to be 66.7%, and this one has to be overclocked by 5%, and then this split has to be, then it's not a module. If you run all at 20, then if this is running at 20, then this is running at 25. And this one has to be run faster then. The point is that if you have something that goes from 3 to 7 to 4, you're gonna have some shitty ratios, right? 3 to 7 to 4. None of those numbers are each other's multiples. So it would have to be sort of going like 4 to 8 to 4. Then it could work, and then it'd be downscaled. So that's why we do it. That's how we're going to do it. We're going to be adding, I mean, the amount of time I've spent on trying to sort of ultimately save on that is completely irrelevant, right? Three to 9 and 2 outputs go back to the input as a merger. No. That's no. That's a no. Satisfactory, hello. What's thank you for the Satisfactory tutorial on YouTube. Thank you. Awesome. Appreciate it. Right, we're gonna do it in another way, and it's gonna be better. Is it though? Okay, now we're gonna have 2 of these going into 4 here, like so. How much can we then get? We get 60 divided by 5 multiplied by 9. 108. Yes, so we can easily get enough. Barotheus, thank you for the 6 months. Welcome home. Yeah, okay, so we can easily get enough. That's not a problem. Okay, let's cut some of this out. Do we need to? Don't really think we need to do that. We just have to say this is 20, this is 20, and over on this one it's 20. And so Scrooch, you're right. Your question is, even if a question it gets a flat out no from me, at least you get me thinking, and then when I explain. And this is something that I've found with myself. Like, if I have to explain why something is a bad idea, then that's the best way of getting me to realize that maybe it's not a bad idea. And yeah, we all have our quirks in that regard. So that was a good question. General question about Satisfactory. Is it better to build a factory dedicated to getting the maximum amount out of a node to make a specific intermediate, then transfer those to another factory at various other locations, or make more complex? Or should I do every step from ore to end? I think the right answer is some kind of combination. Because the thing is, like, if you go, I want to get the maximum out of this node, then you unlock the next tier of miner, and then suddenly you can get twice as much. So you're going to have to update it anyway. Plus, at some point, you can easily run into 2 things. One is you overbuilt one of the intermediate steps, and then that means you just spent hours on building a factory that will be irrelevant for the next 100 hours of gameplay. And that's a waste of time. Or the other way, you build something and you build it nice, but you end up just needing more. And then it kind of sucks to go back and try to extend it as well if you build a nice little factory. So that's, I haven't found like the right answer to it. For example, in this case, I am going to make rotors, stators, and they come from steel pipes. So should I get iron and coal and make steel on site? No, definitely not. I should have a location to make steel. You could argue you can make steel ingots, bring it in, make the steel pipes, and then go on. Or in my case, I'm going to make steel pipe factories, and then I make another steel pipe factory, and once I have that steel pipe factory, that can export and then build into this one. So yeah, like also wire, I wouldn't build a wire factory and then ship the wire everywhere. I would basically go like, yeah, I'm gonna need some wire, let's bring in some iron and copper, whichever is nearby. So yeah. Also, there was a Dyson Sphere tutorial that helped out a ton, but I'm still confused about the meta spending of the matrix colors. Yeah, I think that's also confusing. I'm not really sure I got it either, so maybe that's not good. Yes, sorry I can't be more specific on that meta thing in Desmond. But as far as I get it, then you accrue it in one game and then you can use it in the next game. That's the short answer. But you can only use it once. So once you've used it, you have to earn it in a third game to get more. So basically for every game you complete, you're going to be having a head start in the next game. But if you use it there, then, well, that's it. You can't use it again. Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't see any new games coming out that looked interesting. In all honesty, if anyone was sort of considering, should I have gone to TwitchCon this weekend as a non-streamer, my very clear answer is no, don't do it. There isn't enough going on, and it was even less this year than the previous years, and like the tournaments were not that interesting, and there weren't any big names. So it was really just basically a facilitating location where you could talk to other streamers and a few industry members, which is nice and all, but definitely not worth it if you're not there to talk to other streamers. And even so, if you come to meet your favorite streamer, then that's also a bad idea, because the streamer will be there to also meet other streamers and hang out in the partner lounge where only partners can go, and that kind of thing. So it's kind of, I just don't think it's at all relevant for non-streamers. And even so it can be relevant for non-partners. It's just, yeah, you can build your relationships and that kind of thing, but yeah, don't know. The thing is, I think I'm gonna go next time as well, because I still think it was worth it, but it wasn't in any way overwhelming. It was really well organized, by the way. It was definitely not the dev team that did the development, did the coordination. Everything was just ran so damn smooth, and there were so many people, like crew, there to help. Huh? What? All right. Spooky VOD. Hey, good to have you back. Saw your recent video on Satisfactory, really liked it. Building my own storage shop. Awesome. I'm glad you liked it. So, question for you, and thank you for joining. What more would you like to see in Satisfactory? Did Twitch hire actual event staff? They both things. They had event staff to do all the. Here's the nearest toilet. Please come. Like the security. Holy shit, that was top notch. That was. There were of course metal detectors on the way in, and there were like I don't know, 50 guys dressed in black with black suits and sunglasses, just doing pat downs and bag checks and stuff on the way in. And for the partner party, not only that, but there were also drug dogs just sniffing around because they didn't want any shit going on at their partner party with an open buffet. And that makes perfect sense, right? So they did have like professional staff, and then they had sort of for the partner areas and also for the Twitch staff walking around. That's like the community managers who are just hanging out in the partner lounge, just talking to people. I thought it was really well organized, like really well. It was the professionals did the professional stuff, like checking that you had the right tag to be able to go into that area, making sure that the player entrance to the Twitch rival scene was only for players, all that stuff, and then sort of the Twitch community staff, whatever, let's say press ganged into that. Then they were sort of around and just being there and just being very visible as well. So I thought it was super well organized event, like extremely. And then the whole thing here is just into a single one of these. See. So some of the things that in the beginning, like the opening speech was by Emmett Shear, the CEO. Happy has on my heat, yeah. Drug dogs in Amsterdam. Oh yes. You smoke. There are plenty of cafes in the city for doing it. Yes. But not at an international event. But I think it was mainly the fact that there's an open buffet, and you want to send a clear signal. And maybe it's just a normal dog, but the fact that there was a guy who was dressed differently from the blend in black and with his German Shepherd dog in a short leash that everyone had to pass by. Maybe it was not a drug dog. Maybe he was just a blind guy with a German Shepherd seeing eye dog. But it definitely sent a signal like, don't try to get drugs in here. So, yeah. I think you turned the merger wrong. No, that's right. I want to go that way. I don't want to go that way. Yeah, I want them to head towards each other. Kind of hate you a little. Why? General tips and tricks would be cool. Stuff people assume general knowledge but really aren't. Yeah. Yeah, so I thought it was extremely professional in every respect. And everything just worked at the event. So, which was really, really pleasant to just be an event and just everything worked. So Sunday morning, coming into the event, then you go in and you go through the security and come into the lobby and you can go different directions. And then there's a big room with dim lights, disco music and loungings. And in the middle, there's a podium where there's a DJ. And then you're just walking in there, like, Sunday morning, tired, okay. Are you ready for some techno? Woo! Like, okay, it's 10 a.m. and you're just blasting techno at us. Oh, okay. I am not ready for techno at 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning. But, That's what they're there for. They're supposed to hype up, and if they're playing too chill, then yeah, you would fall asleep. But it was like, are you ready for techno? No, not really. Let's see, where do we want it? Do we want it? I don't think we can make it here. So, if we did our math correctly, yes, and that's interesting. Huh, so that's not middle. Okay. Right, there you go. Motors, yes, there we go. Motor, ta-da, 5 motors. We just need to get 2 of these. 2 of these tiny builds here. That's crazy, right? This build is just making 5 motors. All right, let's get up in the air. Hold on. We also need to make sure that over here. One, two. And inbound. Yeah. There we go. So noobish question, but what is the distance between assembler and splitter when you use lifts? That's not a noob question. That is anything but a noob question. Okay, the way I do it, I always have my splitters. I almost always have my splitters in the middle, but sometimes, very rarely, I also have them on the edge. But generally, let's say that we have them on the middle of a tile. So you want to know at what distance from here should you place it so that the splitter will work. The way you do that is, if you have in the middle, then you take the middle of the line here. So basically that's 1.5 tile away, or foundation away, and then 1 tick over. Just 1 tick. And then if you place it aligned with 1. Is that it? Yeah. Then you go up here. And you hear that sweet clicking sound, and then it works. So the answer is 1.5 foundations plus 1 tick. Definitely not a noobish question. Yeah, it's how I've started to do all my builds. Like, make this distance and then make it in. And the distances are slightly different for constructors, assemblers, and manufacturers. But it is what it is. All right, so next question is... Woo! No clue! No one clue. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Wow, that was a... Anyone have other questions? I'll happy to answer. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I hope this doesn't turn toxic. It probably does. And then I'll have to remove the whole thing. No, I'm not. Please don't. Please don't be toxic. Ugh, it is. Right, isn't it? No, it's not. It's damn close. All right, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Our illustrious champion returns.
7.
Welcome home.
8, and then definitely one more. Hey, Yannick. Thank you for the 27 months. Hope you're feeling better. Enjoy the TwitchCon. Oh, I feel much better. I'm back in action. I feel much better in many different ways. First of all, I got all of that summer cold out of my body. I'm feeling great. No more sore throat. Just a bit of the snivels, I guess. But that's like the tail end of just, you can have fun with that for a while. So feeling good. Also reinvigorated when I came back from vacation because I wasn't feeling completely on top of my game. I was also like, I couldn't really get into the whole thing here. And now after going to Twitch, I really sort of refound my my sort of interest. It not refound it as if I lost it, but I've been more. It's more clear to me why I love streaming. Because it's talking to some of the other content creators, and I see the real. How was the TwitchCon with the other streamers like Kibitz and Bits? Yep, they were great. Great to meet them. So, just do it. Thank you, Eldrax. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Hey, it's 3 out of 5. All right, so something that is pretty obvious from any talk about streaming. It's all about how do you get in touch with sponsors and ads so you can make money from that. And I'm like, it's not really the main point. Hey Freak, thank you for the 330. Hype Train Tracker is working. And Ursula, hey, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Is it that time again? Oh, is it that time again? Well, we kind of forgot because I was talking during the last time, so you were all captivated by my monologue, and then we forgot to hype the Hype Train. So now we have the Hype Train Tracker. Thank you, Silver Ziesel. Silver Ziesel. Thank you for the 400. And Warren with the 5 gifts of thank you. Now, talking to like industry people, they are pointing like, how do you make money from ads and sponsors? And I'm like, I don't want ads and sponsors. And then talking to other content creators, it seems like they are very much, now I'm talking generally here, very much focused on
steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Like the focus is on being a content creator. So the interest is, how am I a good content creator? Okay, and the vehicle to do that is making videos. The content of the videos is the games.
Steel yourself.
Well, I was like, that's not really how I like it. I'm looking at it the other way around. Like, I love playing games. The way I can keep playing games is by being a content creator. So it's not the act of being a content creator. Basically, if you compare my videos on YouTube and my stream compared to a lot of other content creators, not just in this space, but generally, then of course mine will be less edited because I like having a higher ratio to playing the game to video, right? So I enjoy playing games. So having something where I record for 1 hour and edit for 10 hours, don't like that kind of video because then I don't do the stuff that I enjoy, which is playing games. I do too much time of just editing and scripting and re-recording B-rolls and all that stuff, and that's not what I enjoy doing. So it's not the act of making the content, it's the act of playing the games that I enjoy the most, and the vehicle to do that is being a content creator. Therefore, it's also like when, like, okay, and it also just reflects back on, if you want to be a successful YouTuber, it doesn't matter that you're promoting Raid Shadow Legends, because it's not the playing the game that's the interest, it's the being the good YouTuber that's the interest. And for me, no, it's the interest is playing fun games and having a good time with that, because compared to a lot of other content creators, I see myself as retired. I I'm not going to be like, okay, in 5 years I'm gonna have 5,000 viewers, and then I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna have a massive contract, and I'm gonna be bigger than Ludwig, and that's not what I want to have a nice, comfortable living where I can do what I enjoy. I can spend time with you. That's why I love streaming, because it is a high ratio of content to gaming. So I was just, it really became clear to me that a lot of people, a lot of content creators are loving the act of content creating, and gaming is the vehicle. Not that they're not enjoying that, but the core is the content creation, the creating of content. For me, the core is the gaming. Does that make sense? Was that a long ramble of that? And that's also why sometimes when looking at stuff that I go like, this is so good, it performs so well, I could do it, and then I go like, yeah, but I'm not gonna do it. It's too much time in the editing room and too little time in game. Yeah. So in the meantime, while I was rambling away, I hope it makes sense. I'd love to hear your feedback on, does it make sense? But I find your voice soothing. I think a lot of people do that. Wow, how time flies. It's time to start thinking about the 4-year subscriber badge. Oh, indeed. And that's we'll throw Miss Timony in the art dungeon and lock the door until we get a 4-year badge coming out of it. Right. Somehow Anonymous gifted 5 subs. Thank you, Anonymous. And Warren with the 5, that thing. And Simrian, thank you for the 6 months. Joining back, welcome back. And Eldarx is now pushing this far ahead with 10 gift subs. Thank you so much. And IFIZZ, thank you for the 3 months of Prime. And Jeff time is flying away, 43 months. Yeah, it's a while. And Miss Timony, thank you for gifting us up to Rascal. And Nikon with the 5 gift subs. Awesome. Sorry to sign you up for more work. I mean, you're just working as Miss Timmy's marketing man. Oh my God, 60 seconds left. Are we gonna keep the green color, or are we gonna get a new color? Are we gonna get new colors? We are gonna get new colors. Thank you, Warren, for the 9 gift subs and taking the lead on the hype train. Thank you for pushing it over there. And let me just. Yeah, so that was actually one of the biggest takeaways for me from TwitchCon. Oh, Scrooge, your it didn't work. Yeah, without the spaces, unless that was just a troll attempt. It was not a troll attempt. Thank you. Christ, what's going on here? We're talking, having fun. Jeff, try it without with the space. That'll work better. Go on. You can do it. And welcome, Karuna. It seems like a lot of people, I don't know. Well, I mean, there's probably also a lot of people who have been forgetting I even existed. That's how it is. Maybe I should, no. Test it. Test it? Nah, we throw it in production.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
100,000 is the largest cheer emote. Add another emote to cheer louder. All right. Sakutera, thank you for the 11 months. Ooh, hey, Bartek, thank you for the 1,500. All right, let's get this one. So we are getting testing? What is this heresy? Testing is, yeah, it's what you do in production. There.
A new subscriber arrives.
Let's go up.
You with determination.
I didn't even have my my 10 o'clock break. So after this hype stream is done, we're going to be taking our first break. Because we need it. We, as in me, need it. Probably you need it as well to restock on beverages. That's not an encouragement to end the hype train here. I don't mind if we get to a level 5. Then we'll just add another hour to the stream. Happy to do that. I also talked to Mike Minton about the VP of all the monetization. And I said, I absolutely love hype trains. And he was like, really? Yeah, because oftentimes, oops, no, that did not go right. Oftentimes it's like 80% of the stuff that happens inside of a hype train. And that means if there's no hype train, that's a big difference between a hype train and no hype train. For sure. It is one of the best ideas I've had. Oh. Well, okay. Yeah, then I think it's a best idea. I don't know. I think a lot of people have had the same idea. But it doesn't matter. It's still a good idea. And it's just even more so than if more people are coming up with it. Sometimes when you get an idea, when I get an idea, then it's because you hear half-baked ideas and you put it together and go like, okay, that's something we can do, right? So what happened? The Scorched, everyone has a test environment. Some people are lucky enough to have a production environment. Okay. Yeah. But you can also have too many environments. This is a merger. Okay, let's see. We have Urgelike with the 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. And that's your new badge. Ooh, 50k bits. And yours, continuing your gift sub. Yeah, you got a gift sub. I saw you got a gift sub and I was like, interesting. Did you? 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. We are at 56%. So can we get it? I don't know. Jeff, you were saying like heard, not had. What are you talking about? You said something.
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Remember, if we finish this level and level 5, bonus out tonight. Yeah, okay. Hey, Rain, thank you for 10 gift subs to the community. That is amazing. Whoa, and then Daniel is just sneaking in here with a casual 20 fat stacks of gift subarinos. Amazing. Thank you. Wow, we are certainly getting that level 4. Okay, let's get the top level. Gleaming Endowment. And Eldarx, thank you for the 2,000 bits more. And Warren, you're retaking it? Retaking it with your 3 more gift subs, right? Or are we? It hasn't updated fully. No, Daniel with the 20 gift subs. But Eldarx with the 3k bits, so it's Daniel. Thank you so much for that. Similco Rider, thank you for joining in with the 300 bits more. And Byrotheus with a gift sub as well. Thank you. Just correcting, you're misreading my comment. Oh, you heard you had. I thought it was your idea. I was about to give you credit for that idea. Hurry up and take the credit then. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I actually also told him that, and he was like, that's a cool idea. Because I've seen other streamers where you just see the hype chain in the background and they don't even comment on it and mention it. It feels so weird. Like, it's good. It's awesome. It's fun. Cookie Vote, thank you for 5 gift subs, paying forward the gift sub and your first 5 gift subs to the channel. Careful though. Good evening, Gynacube. Thank you for your 14 months. And Scorch with the 1199. Ooh, we have 3 minutes left and it's at 77. I think we're going to be, I think we might actually make it.
Proliferate.
We might make it. Might make it. Might just make it. Oh, what did I do? I don't know. What? That's weird.
More shall gather.
Oh, something definitely happened. That was Drizzle with the 5 gift subs, and it was really close. And Esselworker with 200 bits. Thank you also for joining in on the hype train, everyone who's joining in. And Gynacube making presence known with 10 gift subs. Like, I think that Gynacube was definitely the smartest one by winning the first hype train in the Dyson Sphere program, because that meant the home planet was called Gynacube, and now for me, Gynacube is the starter planet in Dyson Sphere. That was clever work there. You had figured it out. And Rain, thank you for 2,000 bits. Now it's all just down to who will get to... yeah, who will get to do the coloring of the new factory, because we managed to get a level 5. That's amazing. Oh, that's not amazing. Not okay. Not okay. Ooh, Eldarix, thank you for that. Not amazing and not happening. What is not amazing and not happening? What? Ooh, and Miss Timony gifting another sub. You're stealing it away. You are making a bid for the hype train. 60 seconds merger. Oh yeah. Not sniping this one. No. Eldex with 6k bits. Yep. Or Daniel with 20 gift subs. Yeah. An awesome community at level 5 and about 350. Yeah, I'd be hard pressed to find something to complain about. Which is kind of the only thing I can complain about. That I don't have much to complain about. So there is always that. The weather? I am very, very happy with where I am and where we are and the support that you are giving me. It is super amazing. And it's also one of those things where going to a place like TwitchCon and talking to other content creators and like hearing their sort of the plight for just drumming up sponsor dollars and that kind of thing, and I'm like, ah man, I'm so happy for the Patreon and the Twitch support, because I'd much rather have a community sponsored channel than a Raid Shadow Legends sponsored channel. Super amazing. So thank you everyone, and that was the culmination of this beautiful hype train. Thanks everyone. Hype Steve? Hype Stress? A stressed out. Oh no, the stress. Oh no. That's actually kind of cute, that little stressed out bunny. Actually, Miss Timony, we could have a stressed out one. We could have a sweaty one. Like, by the way, let's make it clear. Miss Timony, when I'm throwing these ideas up, it's basically like, that would be cool, but it's not like get to work. It's more throwing ideas out than anything that you want to do. Just do it. Just throwing ideas here. But after my holidays, absolutely. I just hope that you will take notes of these things. Like if we get an idea, if a moderator gets an idea, if you hear something like that, and you go like, that could be fun. Let's just take a note about it, and then we can always come back to it. And then sort of between your other settings or other things. Do I copy that, Jeff? Then you can always just... It's a bit of backup work, I guess, for you. And for everyone, I do pay Mr. Me for the work on the emotes. Exclusively for the reason that I am completely unreasonable. Paid exposure? No. Paid exposure, I fucking hate that. I'm gonna need to take a break. While I am on a break, maybe the two beautiful, lovely hype train winner leaders can figure out what color they want, and then we'll do that when we come back. Let me just find a nice vantage point here. Oh, I also forgot to take a save. That's okay. There. It's a beautiful little factory. I'm happy we did this. between all of our iterations. A bit of back and forth, but in the end, this is easy to build and it looks pretty good, I think. So, save my progress, indeed, and then I will take a short break. Be back in 2 minutes. Thank you all for joining, and we now have 3 more hours. 2 hours and 45 minutes. See you in a bit. There we go. Back in the game. Thank you for your patience. All right. Do we have some colors? Crap, have to head out and work some more. All right, Peter Shah, thank you for joining. And Agni, welcome. Pink. All right, do we have a specific pink in mind? Huh. Is this even correct? 40 in this. I mean, of course, it's not a problem, but this one is then going to be 20, plus the other one is going to be 20. But the next one should not be 20, right? Because that goes into... No. There. That's also 20 and 20. And that one should then be 15. Yeah. It's 15. And that will become steel rotor 30. Yeah. Oops. That was incorrect. Steel rotor. Copy. Here. And then copy. Paste. Paste. And paste. Yes. So that's going to be a lot less. But that's okay, because these are going to require a lot less, and I'll get us to 50. Yeah. Good. All right, so Eldarix, do you have a... Oh, you have a nondescript color here. Let's see what we can do. I think that goes down here. And then... Oh, that's a just a almost black. And then Jeff has suggested a pink. We'll try that if we don't have any other ideas. Ooh, that is rainbows and unicorns. What? CC? Oh, there's two C's. Ah, okay. There we go. That's much bluer. Yeah, I like this. Okay, so now I'm going to be talking a bit about TwitchCon. And it's a good topic that I will ask you all to be civil about. And I know you can be civil about it. So one thing that I talked to another streamer, and they was talking about sort of making sure that their community was open and friendly to everyone. And I was kind of like, yeah, of course, everyone is there's no one who will say, yeah, I'm going to make mine not open, even though they might. But of course, there's a different way of doing that for different people. But the point was that we started talking about sort of diversity and that kind of thing and how much. And I was like, you know, for me, I don't have much exposure to that, so I don't know a lot about it. So it's just another topic that I'm not really going to go into because we are here to build factories and not talk about gender, religion, politics, that kind of thing. And that hopefully that would mean that everyone feels welcome because it's just not an issue. We're here for the factories. But then I started thinking about TwitchCon as a whole, and then the more I was walking around, the more I realized that I cannot imagine a more diverse, open, welcoming place at all than TwitchCon. Because oftentimes when there is something that celebrates diversity and openness, then there are a lot of people that are not actually welcome there because it's about the focus on the diverse, the minorities, because they are the ones who get the spotlight. Well deserved. But nonetheless, that means that everyone sort of has to take the backseat. But this was just like, where else can you see someone like in full drag and then a cosplayer and then a cellar dwelling nerd just roaming around, and then corporate managers and old boring white guys like me, and like all just completely mixed up and not giving a shit, because that's the main part. It didn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. Who you are, what you look like, where you come from is completely irrelevant, because we're here for something, celebrating the things that we enjoy together. And I was just, the more I thought about it, the more I sort of looked around, I was like, damn, I don't think you can find some place that's more inclusive, because I think true form of inclusivity is when it's natural, when it's not a big deal. And I just thought it was so cool to see that it was not a big deal. I think that's like the best you can strive for is normality, when it's not a big deal. And I just thought that was pretty cool to see that, because sometimes things that are celebrated as diverse are become kind of militant about it, and that doesn't feel very inclusive. So here it was just super amazing to see that, hey, it doesn't matter what you look like and who you are, and because that's just who you are. I thought that was pretty cool. And I've also been thinking, like, I don't think I can imagine anywhere that is as diverse as that. The chat trolls are not going to TwitchCon, I reckon. Oh, that's true. The interesting thing was, like, when Emmett Shear, the CEO, was talking in the beginning about new features for Twitch, and or like, we are increasing the number of tags from 5 to 10. Rah! Yes! And I was like, what? We have added 350 new tags for you to choose from, including gender identity, religion, racial identity, nationality. Rah! I'm like, okay, I guess that's a big deal for some, but for me, it's like, tags? Do they do anything? Then I was picking up on what are the things that are getting like those roarous applauses from the crowd, because those are clearly the most interesting thing. I remember in 2019, what got everyone completely crazy was when Twitch said, we are going to change the payout from 45 days to 15 days. The crowd went crazy, because that's basically like, we get an extra month payment. But another thing that at first I just didn't get, and then I sort of had to think about it, was when they said that they're now allowing content creators or streamers to take the list of banned people in their chat and export that, and you can then share it with other people who can then import it. And I was like, that's oddly specific. And I was like, okay. And people were crazy for that idea. And I was like, why? But then I thought, you know what? With the whole tags and searchability, that means it's super easy to identify any minority group that you want to harass, and then just search for them, get a whole list, and start bothering being trolling in one. But then you get banned and you just move on to the next. So allowing the people who actually have to actively ban and moderate their chats that aggressively, the fact that they can go like, all right, here's my list of 200 people that I've banned. Oh, here's my list of 150. Like, okay, cool. Now we don't have to allow them to come in and ruin our chat as well, and then move on to the next and ruin their chat. We can just go like, this is known bad actors in our community. And again, there was like one of those things that is completely irrelevant to me because it just doesn't happen. But I can see that it's a big deal for other people. And I think that's really interesting as well, that, yeah, some of the things that I might be like, I want the better hype train calculation like timer, like, if they said we're going to be improving the countdown timer for hype trains, I go like, woo! That'd probably be the only one. So, but then other things when, yeah. So, but you know, that's kind of how it is. So, I do think that was interesting to sort of pay attention to what things got the loudest cheers, because none of them were relevant to me, which of course just emphasizes how easy it is to be someone like me. In all seriousness, in that regard of online harassment and such. Hey, we're done. Hello, Casimir. Good evening. Appreciate the understanding that there are issues in certain areas. Yeah, but that's also why I'm not going into it, right? And we have issues that are close to our hearts, and they can be something that's local or global or religious or political or gender identity or whatever it is that is really close to our hearts, and that's different for different people. And I don't really have any knowledge. So I think that the best thing that someone like me can do in that case is just shut up about it and be open and listen. So we'll try doing that. Yeah, it doesn't happen to me, so it must not be an issue. Yes. Yes, I love it when people like me go like, oh, I've never experienced racism. Like, well, maybe there's a reason for that. Right? Yeah, so, you know. But I think it's also very valuable to be open, like, have your eyes open and try to learn and understand that these things are going on and what you can do to either help or at least not make it worse. So there. All right, so now what I'm looking at is dragging this here somehow back up on that line. It's good to say it's not for me, but I understand why somebody else cares. Yeah. And trust me, there are topics that are close to my heart that I deliberately don't talk about because I don't want to turn chat into that kind of place. We're here for the beautiful factories. It's actually been a while since anyone has asked about it, but if for any of you who are 40 plus, not age, but 40 plus in months of subscription, right? Then you will probably remember back in the old days, before I went full time, there were topics that I would talk about that I don't talk about now anymore, like bad dating experience, funny stories. Definitely doesn't mean there are no funny stories. It just means that they are no longer part of my streaming repertoire. And yes, I'm sure some will be like, oh, that was fun to hear about your city thing, but oops. But I also have to acknowledge that maybe the majority of you are not here to hear about the escapades of random old dude, but here to watch some quality factory builds. And maybe that should be what brings us together and not anything else. Oh, hold on. That's actually not what I want. I'm going to need it to do there. Yeah, I guess. So that's just one of those things where I've been like, yep. That's not on the... A little too much discussion of viral life. As fun as it was. Yeah, and that's... there. Let's... Unfortunately, that means I have to bring it out on this belt. I really didn't want to have belts on this running path, even though it's not really going to be a running path anyway. Whoop, there you go. Could rotate the first... Rotate the first manifold splitter to get it in from the north. North is that way. First manifold splitter. This is the outbound. Yeah, output to the north, yes. But the thing is, I expect this to be... So I don't want to go here and bring it in, because then I'm going to block potentials that way. I could bring it out and into the middle, and then in there and back, but I just feel that that's kind of a roundabout way of doing it. I think we'll go with this option here. See, I don't mind this. Should I mind this? I think I should. I could also just bring it up a bit. Let's do that. That might be easier. Here. No. Interesting how I didn't get the option of doing anything different here. Yeah. Whoa. Also have to remember that I also need to get a tube over there. 1, 2, 3, I think. I think that's good. Such a good time. Are you gonna fly out for the San Diego one? Nope, I am not. I have I am not going to San Diego one for 2 reasons. Many more reasons. First of all, it's going to be many reasons. Let me just list. There's a Monty Python sketch here. What is that? What is that? It's from Life of Brian, isn't it? No, it's the Spanish Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition. Our 2 weapons are fear, intimidation, and... Oh, well. Among our weapons are... Anyway, so... I've been to this TwitchCon. Is the San Diego one going to be a bit much different? No, not really, but it's going to be American streamers. So that's the only thing that's going to be different. And it's going to be bigger. So, yeah. Okay, so the marginal improvement isn't going to be very much. It's going to be pretty damn expensive to go there. And then it's going to take a long time. So with the travel back and forth, jet lag, all that stuff, it's going to be just a lot more hassle to get there and back again. And then I have absolutely no intention of going to the States. And that's probably the main reason why it's not even close. It's probably one of the countries that least interested in going to. Yeah, then I mean, Kibbutz flew from Canada to Europe just for this. There and back again by Bilbo Baggins. Indeed, I was thinking the same thing. No, it was just 1-2 days hotel and around, yeah. What's your largest single train station? I don't have any train stations, but I don't build trains more than 1.4 in... I have not built trains bigger than 1.4 in Satisfactory. All right, so here's the next problem, which is somehow always a problem for me. Like, how the hell are we going to do this? Because I'd love to make this into something nice, but it ends up being like a flat platform, something, build a roof on top. Did you buy him a beer? Yes, I did. Yeah. So what are we going to do in terms of sort of... Okay, here's the thing that... Here's a parallel. sometimes when you see people from other cultures, they have unique skills and traits, and you go like, wow, it is amazing that kids of that culture at the age of 4 can carry water along 15 kilometers because they are born with it. They're used to that. Is the way that their culture works, that they have to carry the water on their head, balancing 10 liters of water, bearing 50 miles up the mountain. That's part of their culture. I had a bit of a moment like that, except it was the other way around because I brought some beers, and because I didn't really know everyone, I thought, you know what, I'm not going to be bringing open bottles from, so I'm just going to bring the bottles with the caps on. So, you know, think, hello, fellow Satisfactory streamers, please have a roofie colada. No, so, you know, just out of courtesy, leave the cap on. And then, like, oh, how do we, like, like, you can open beers with your hands? Like, yeah, I mean, any 5-year-old Dane can open beers with your hands. It's the same as carrying water up the mountain. It's just a necessity for our way of life. I don't know. It's I didn't feel that was anything interesting. Is that something to be proud of? No, for me it's just a normal part of my culture. What are we gonna do about this? What are we gonna do about the housing here? How are we gonna make this look nice? Do you know the German integration test? No? I know that in Denmark, in 2019, the extreme right decided that they pushed through that there should be a new integration test, that you could not become a Danish citizen unless you shook hands with some official. You must be able to shake hands. Very important. Must shake hands. And you're not allowed to wear any face covering. That was 2019. Guess that rule didn't last very long. Let's say that didn't age very well, that rule. So that was quickly abandoned. The whole not allowed to wear a face mask, must shake hands. Yeah, good timing. Good timing. You open it, your German, huh? Oh, yeah. So see, first time visitors to US try to open EU bottle caps with their teeth. Ooh, what? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't open. Oh, like I thought really cool thing that you have a thumb ring. That's a very niche thing that some can do. I could definitely not. But the idea that you have a thumb ring and use it as a bottle opener, that's pretty cool, I think. All right, what are we going to do about this? The first thing we're going to do is we are going to make sure that we have those bars, because that's going to be how we hook up power. Do we have them? Nope. Oh yeah, we do have metal beam and normal beam. Penny beam? Normal beam. No, metal beam. I like doing those frames. Like maybe here is a good place to build a frame. Feet high. Whatever. Here. How do I rotate it? How can I not rotate this? Weird. It sounded crafted. Yep, it was. It was just a... Oh, right, I have to click it first. Never mind. Right. Those rules are always sort of like, you come up with a rule and it's just a rule to hide your racism behind. You must drink a beer and eat bacon as well. Like, that's, no. No. Oh, don't fall off. Was it this way or was it that way? I can't remember. Let's put... Can I see it? No. There. It was this way. Ah! The horror! No! It is pretty close to the toxic area. For sure. Alright. Try again. I hope this works. Yeah. Oh, that was 17, wasn't it? Why? How did that become 17? It's no good. How is 17 the right number? That 17 can't be the right number here. What? It's no good. 40 plus... Good. That makes more sense. Good. I know some will prefer that they are overlapping slightly, so you don't have those gaps there, but yeah, we'll take the gaps. There. Let's see. Ring aware and use it to make it look like I ripped the cap off. Oh, see? I have quite a taste for beer and I tried all over the world. Yeah, well, that's... You don't need to sort of actively, aggressively look for new bad habits. Right, so where's our power for this part here? Power is really a mystery in this build, because everything is just all over the place. Huh. It's just something weird. Okay, so maybe I bring in stuff first. Let's go this way and try to figure out if this is the right... It's definitely not the right height, but it's close though. Oh, that's not close enough. Damn. Alright, so here comes the next big challenge, and that's actually building another iron factory thing here. So what do we think about how factories should look? Hey, Disco Geek, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. There's definitely more than one mission critical power line. Everything is critical power lines here. So here is the challenge. Hey, Jules, thank you for the 4 months. Hope TwitchCon was a blast. It was a blast. Been talking about it all evening about how blastiness it was. How blasty it was. Okay. I have a problem. And a problem that needs help though. Not just one of the other problems. Yeah, this is a big problem. So by hold on. That's ore and that's okay, I need to take a copy of this. Like leech off of these two. Those are the only ones I can leech off of. Yeah? But then the question is that the one that's already overburdened or is it the other one? This is... Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant, brilliant with more brilliant on top. Perfect. This goes down and it has 2 levels. And this one out here has 2 levels, which means this one already has enough for us to leech off of. Yeah. Good. Now, let's do that then. That is our power for our power plant that we just killed. Lovely. Let's try to reestablish that again. Because that was totally not necessary to do that. Here we go. And we now have it inbound here. For our viewing pleasure, we'll now need to do the same thing at this location. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the other part. Sweet. Mr. Pava, thank you for the 8 months. Let's see. When are you going to get jetpack? Oh, it's going to take a while. Because we haven't started on plastic and oil and any of that yet. Whoops. I was considering, should we replace these with other? Let's take that one. Should I replace this with something along the lines of, I don't know. Not really sure. I don't really like... Yeah. The thing is, like, I really like having open factories like this. And I know it's a boring look at some point. Let's see, do I have foundations? Where are the metal foundations? There they are. My favorite foundations. I like these. I like these. These are good. I prefer this to basically all other ones. I'm just gonna replace this level and then you can yell at me if you like. What it no. Oh, right. Ah, that was the hack. No hack anymore. Better or worse? You could also lean into the brutalist. Yeah. And I'm also thinking maybe that's something I should do instead. I kind of like both of them. Did not want to do that. So what would that entail? Leaning more into that? Would be some inverse ramps here. Where are the... Oh, we don't have the inverse ramps yet. Huh. Something like that. Oh, it's not powered. But it could be. And I could print it out. Another 17. And I'll turn it off again. $200 screws. If only we had 200 screws somewhere. Ta-da! Okay. Foundation. Oh, I do have the inverted ramps. So I'm probably also going to need the color. These ones. Sure. Ooh, I've never really used these skateboard ramps. Can you add glass walls to the tower? Yes, I can. But then it just becomes like glass box things, and it's Well, this is pretty expensive. What else don't we have? Small concrete pillar. Do we have the attachments? Not that one. I'll take it. That I definitely want. Walls. I can live without those for a bit, I think. Definitely can live without the lights. Of course we want all of it at some point, but yeah, those pipes I don't think the corner ramps I think I need. Yeah. Yeah. Concrete foundation, coated concrete, metal grip, or asphalt. Asphalt is oil, right? It's plastic, right? Concrete wall. I like concrete walls. There you go. That's it. Why do we have things wanting to attack us? Want to try this game, but I don't do well in first person. I don't do well in first person either. I mean, when you say you don't do well in first person, do you mean like you get seasick from playing it? Or do you mean that you have a tough time sort of orienting yourself? Because there isn't any strain to building like this. It's not demanding. It's not like you can do anything wrong if like you're playing an FPS or something. You'll just maybe play a bit slower if you're not really comfortable with that. You know, this level here is not correct. I'm gonna have that be only concrete crap. There's the inverted ramp. Why didn't we just get that there? And then the corner thingy. 5. Sure. Good. I don't know if this is something we think it's something. 1, 2. I'm not expecting it to look good, but it should just look like something. I actually think it would be better if it had the same thing both up and down. I don't know. And then sometimes motion sickness. That's why I don't play FPS games. I don't play FPS games because I'm too slow and old, but and I don't like being killed by a 13-year-old. So yeah, there's that as well. If you have any ideas that can be articulated in written form and I will be able to understand your directions for, then by all means. This is by far the part that I am the worst at in this game. Like getting anything to look less awful. But we are leaning into the brutals. The fact that they are not parallel is probably awful, right? Yeah, can you do the same angle? No, I can't. This is the angle that we get. I can make the stairs the same angle as these, but then they're going to be twice as long. Basically, I shouldn't have the stairs. I should have like something else, like tubes up and down. Want to get rid of these anyway. It's actually annoying that there's no elevator. It would be nice to have an elevator, but then again, tubes are more fun. Choose a Japanese theme. Maybe choose a theme. It helps. I don't know what a Japanese theme would be. Well, we are going with the all brutalist style here then. Then I can at least claim that that's deliberate. And here's a little known fact about brutalism. It has nothing to do with being brutal at all. It's named after someone who was named brutal something. And it's like it's nothing to do with it's a brutal style. No, the brutalism is just named after a dude. Still legacy from jump pads. Yeah. I think 7 is just... 7 is also make sure that you don't see the plumes of smoke going through, and you can also have refineries inside. I like this, but I can also completely see the point about the awfulness of the other things. So maybe if we say in the middle... can't do the middle. Where would be the right place to have... Hey, Abnormal, thank you for the 23.
Home.
Can you change the color at all? Yep. But that's done by the community. They changed the colors after a hype train. How about we take the corner one and then punch a hole in it and then go like, that's where we're gonna get our pipes in and out. Like right here. That's the most harmless corner. Let's do that. How is that? These need more space to go. Disappointed. Also, that's awful, so... Ooh. Yay! Yay! Then the question is, I kind of did that. But maybe that's not a problem because I can just get a concrete wall. And then from the outside, then I probably shouldn't have done it like this. Then I should have done it with a hole. What? Do I? Really? Is that something I don't have? It is. Oh, it's something I don't. No, 2. No. Ah, all right. I'm gonna get it. Like, this is not looking solid. There you go. Pink column there. Then it looks more solid. Good. I won't use those. I believe that was a quote. I have no idea what you're talking about. Pure hearsay. Ah! Ooh! Ah! Ee, ooh. Oh, that was close. Yeah, brutalist. But in pink. That's a bit floaty, isn't it? Break? Oh, right. Absolutely. We got many more hours to go. Thanks to the generosity of everyone in chat. Almost everyone. I don't get this part. The attachments are just floating somewhere around. So I go, yeah, it's good enough. Yeah, it's fine. Need more. That's 1. And I think I have some tickets somewhere. Tickets? Ah, a few. Yeah, I won't use that. Get that in there. Get that one. That one. That one. Why do we have that crap? Tickets. Ticket. There. Good. Break. And now break. Let's look down on this one while taking a break so we can see this is what we've been working on. It's going to take a while to just get all of the stuff sorted here, but that's kind of what we're going to doing. That is part of the game. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We still have 2 more hours to go. So that is don't go to bed just yet. We still have plenty of opportunities to get this done. Be back in a bit. I don't know why I'm pressing that button. And we're back. Whoops. I need to relearn my hotkeys, I guess. Let's save the game. 35. There. Alright. How did you make captions bold in those notes? Like that. There. With an H for highlight. Okay, where are we going again? There. Yes, we're working on our brutalist scheme here. And this is going out as well. Yeah, so we agreed we didn't like this. All in on the brutalism. Damn. I like how the whole base is always running with the way I've set it up. That's actually really nice. Oh no. I wonder when I'm gonna run out of parachutes. At some point. Stackable support, hypertube engines, hypertube wall support. Huh? That's that. Why is it not sticking to the wall? Oh shit! That's what? That's not what I wanted. Hypertube wall hole. Hypertube glory hole. There we go. Good. And there. Dragging that inside the wall is... Oh, this one? What? Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 1, Mach 2? Can I not... Alright. Alright, we need to go to get some more Caterium. We also need to bring Caterium back, but that's one thing at a time. One thing at a time. That's our Caterium right now. Oops. Probably want to get this. Hello, Derpy. Hey, Sashini, thank you for the 24 months. That is beautifully 2 full years of support. Thank you. Someone's angry with it. Oh, here they are. Where's the other one? There it is. Even more derpy. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Zoomies. So far we've killed quite a few and not been hit at all. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, one of those. Really? Oh, they can turn now. They used to not be able to turn. Oh well. Oh, bees. These are by far the worst enemies. Where is the beehive? Ah, it's nowhere in sight. Out of sight, out of mind. There you go. Canonically craps. Alright. Ah, don't care. They're far away. Oh, that's a big one. Big hog. I don't think we're gonna see more enemies, frenemies, or the sort. Oops. And they're just chugging along nicely. I'm just gonna take this, manually move it up, and put it into one of the boxes and then go like, that's gonna be it for now. I see someone got rid of my favorite command. I can't imagine someone did that. Maybe it's just Nightbot not responding to you. Sorry. My idea with this is that once things are tied so much together, it'll just not really be evident that it's not supported, because it'll be linked to a lot of other things with like vertical lines and horizontal lines and tubes and stuff like that. That's my idea with this, that it doesn't, this already doesn't feel as free floaty as it used to. Oh, they are super bright, these ones. How about making... Yeah. 1, 2, and 3, and then take these two out. Quark wire. There you go. Ta-da! Quark wire. Might as well process our items, because why not? Some protein. There was a patch when everything respawned, so they respawned during that. Let's make sure that we have enough crap to build stuff when we go out. Let's see, what is... It feels like we're missing a lot, but that's why we are here. If it's not here we get stuff, then I don't know where it is. That one. And pipes and beams and... Oh! Yes, we always miss that. Do we have some of those? Yep. Do we have screws? We don't care about screws. Have some of that? Yeah, let's get a few more. We're gonna need a lot of that. What about copper pipes here? Definitely nice to have a few more if we're going to make a lot of hypertubes. And we are. Is that okay? Also gonna be needing a few more. There we go. That should be fine. Let's see. Where do we want to go now? We want to go for that one, right? Yes, it works. Zip. Ow! Oh, it's because it slams into the ground. Oh well. So we're working on this one, and I can't remember what... Oh, right, the whole thing spawned because I wanted to do that thing. I like this. Going through the walls here, they are completely invisible if you're standing on the inside. Concrete wall. I think that's actually a nice little thing here. That. Level 2, level 1. I guess if we want to make it nicer, we would do this. And then take the aforementioned glory hole here. That and that. That's better, right? Because now it is inside. And then we go from here and... That's good, right? I put types signs on your tubes. Good idea. I'm probably not gonna do that. It's too lazy. That and then go. Whoop. Here. That wall thingy. Architecture. A little pillar of pillarness. Weird how that got misplaced. And then some holes. There, there. From that into here. Into here. Here. Yeah, I mean, I probably should also make this, because there's no way I can remember which one's up and which one's down, so. It's the outer one? Yeah. There. All right. Yeah, there are people who are left, right colorblind or whatever it is, but being up, down blind it's gonna end in some nasty disasters here and there. Good. Are we happy? Now we can remove all of this until the power breaks. And my brutalism will be now allowed to stand because it's... Now, here comes the other question. Should it also be like that? Or is that too much? It also starts interfering with what's on the ground floor, and that might not be worth it. But this one also kind of makes it, I don't know, sturdy. Build a ladder up? A service ladder? Yeah. I like that as a general rule. I don't know if it'll ever be used. Probably not, but I like the idea here. What? Oh no, that looks awful. What the hell happened? How did that turn out so awful? Der Pokey Audi. Yes. I think the magical road barriers. Maybe we can do something about those. Road barriers are magical. Don't feel particularly magical right now. Add more to hide the pillars. Yeah, I guess that's the other option. Oh my god, I've jumped down when I have... Well, it kind of messes up my thing here, but whatever. We'll see. What? Now, if I was Total Eclipse, I could persuade you that this was on purpose to give it a nice contour here, like that. Yeah, but you know me. For me. It's just it's a hack. It works for this part. The aesthetic part is not something I'm going to spend overly long time on. But I think this is actually not a bad idea. So thank you. How do you move the hands? Well, okay. First of all, there's a new function H for holster weapon. But when you take weapon, take that. If you're flying, then I don't think there's an option. And then middle mouse to remove the crosshairs. Yeah. Why did you say that to Jeff? Yeah, Jeff, build that ladder on the wall. Oops. That's not good. There's a little gap there. This and it's a thing. It's a thing. Okay. So, do we agree that this is how it's going to be right now? Like, bloop, 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 bloop. I could also have them all going like this, so that they would always be going in, the right one going up. To get to, yeah, I mean, you can't go to the second floor from the ladder. It's not safe, at least. All right, let's go. First floor, that's the easy one. We'll take second floor. Second floor is the challenging one. So you go up here, and then you jump onto there, and then you jump in here. I don't know. That doesn't seem problematic at all to me. Are we gonna do it here as well? Not really, I think. But I'm definitely doing it on the other side, like over here. Hold on, could I just... fine. It'll be inside the other one. It's just so much easier to make it like that. So we'll do. We'll do. You know, maybe we will do it this way. Good or bad? Off to bed. Thank you so much for your YouTube train tutorial videos. You're welcome. Happy that you like it, and I appreciate the feedback on what you like and what you also what you don't like. Maybe just don't watch that. Looks good, almost intentional. Perfect, that's what I'm going for. So here's the thing. Which one's up, which one's down? It's of course the left one. Of course, from an even floor and odd level and stuff. That's not safe. Probably. Probably not safe. Okay, and... this is a prominent location because we keep seeing it, so it's probably good that we do something about it. Column could be a concrete one. What? Column? Could be concrete? What do you mean concrete? What? Isn't it? Oh, right. This little pillar there. I don't have that. I don't have the concrete pillar. Yeah, didn't get that because I didn't need it. Haha. But it could also be something like this. That looks better, right? That looks more sturdy. That looks good, also because it actually just fits. So. How are we gonna build this on the outside? Like this. But then we kind of also have to build it over on all the other ones, or do we just make it on... I think we just make it on this one. This is gonna look weird anyway, or different at least. Floof. Oh, that was the wrong floofing direction. Let's get some of these. That's a perimeter defense here. Or defense. Defense against stupidity. We'll see if it's noticeable from afar. Okay, so we have got this. Let's go to the other ones. Yep. it's not here. I think that looks good. Right? Except that we haven't done it on these intersections here. There. This. I like it. I think this is good. It was a good idea. Both from a time perspective and from a aesthetic perspective. It's not much, but it's something. Oops. Why are we going down here? Oh, hello. Ow. It might need a bit of tuning, just a bit. I played enough games to know that defense against stupidity is the most important defense. Yes, and also the hardest. It should also be a mandatory class at Hogwarts, because there must be like hundreds of their students every year. And I always love that when movies just go like, oh yeah, sure, we'll laugh it off. Sure, we'll just have something that is obviously killing like lots and lots of children. Sure, we'll laugh it off. It's all the good sport. Like, and Harry Potter is particularly like, oh, go in. All the kids have to go into the haunted forest where everyone dies. Like, what? Yeah. So instead of defense against the dark arts, it should be defense against stupidity. That would be a lot more valuable. There. All right. These are okay. And on the back side, we're missing one level. Level 2 is missing. Typical. And we're also missing something here because I couldn't really get that up there. That one. Right? Yes. And then over on, oops, slide and fly and go. Our brutalist design is almost completed. And then we'll come back to what we were actually supposed to do here. Alright. But there not be a huge polyjuice potion prostitution problem. Problem or solution? Depends on whether you're a glass half full, glass half empty kind of guy. I see that as an opportunity for solutions more than problems. What would a frame foundation look like inside of a concrete foundation support? What would a frame foundation inside a concrete foundation? Nothing. I don't think it sticks out, but we'll see. I mean, like that. But you can't really... Oh, I think you... Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, are you gonna make my life more difficult? I think you are. Yeah, this one is kind of irrelevant because it's... Oops. Alright, let's take it from one of the other ones because I know what you're asking and I don't like it because I think you have a really good point. Huh? Vertical. Upwards. Overlapping clipping. I don't care about the clipping. No. Okay, luckily it doesn't look good. Okay. So the whole point of us going here was because I wanted to actually make another steel pipe factory. That looks like this. Can I remember any of this? No. Four into 3. No. I need up and down arrows for these. Good evening, Mark. Good to see you. Don't worry, I'm not going to be sending you out to the wilderness today. Here. So you can relax and enjoy yourself, and let me do the working. Now we got a bonus hour. Yes, we did. Thank you. See if I can remember how to build this, sort of. I built it before, so we should be able to build it again. There, right? So, first we go into these 4. They are all making iron ingots, yep. Then we get to go into foundation, or foundries, yes. I have no idea where they're supposed to be, but... work tomorrow morning. Ah, yes. I also gotta work tomorrow morning. So now we just go back into the grind. I'll try. I know I've been saying this a million times. Okay, so let me go on another little ramble of some things I've been thinking about. You get a lot of stuff I've been thinking about today, because that's what happens after a break. Thinking. So now I can remember. Right, yeah, so I've been saying a million times before, like, I don't want to be making a video every day because it's exhausting and you need to let them sort of breathe and blah, 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 blah. And then, yet, what do? I make a video every goddamn day because I can't help myself. So instead of just promising something that I can't keep, then I started looking at why am I doing this? And I'd come to realization that completely unlike, I have completely opposite mentality when it comes to exercise and when it comes to work. Because when I wake up in the morning, kids shipped off to school, come back, it's 8:15, day has just begun, I better get some work done. Okay, so I have a video for today. It's Monday, so that's Satisfactory. It's Tuesday, so that's Captain Industry. Alright, let's get started. Writing a script, setting save games, setting up scenarios, making designs, recording, editing, thumbnail, YouTube, upload, schedule. 2 o'clock. Nice. Now I can relax, or I can go pick up the kids, and then streaming in the evening. So no matter what, even though I go like I don't have to put out a video today, I don't have to. It's not. It's fine. Then, fuck it. I'll go back to it. Gotta get. Can't just be taking a complete day off, even though I'm still streaming in the evening, and even though it's a Sunday. But I still like mentally go like, no, I should be doing it. I can't be slacking. Yet, when it comes to exercise, it's always like, well, it's kind of raining outside, and and it's kind of, and I don't feel well, and I don't really have the time. There's always an excuse for why not to do exercise, and there's always a compelling reason why have to do work first. And like, it doesn't make any sense. I don't have to put out a video every day. I'm like, look at all other content creators, like putting out a video. Like, people say, oh, it's good to be regular, like maybe once a week put out a video, at least once a month. And we're like, oh, once a day is okay, right? And yeah. And it's, I don't know, I don't know why, but I just get into this, well, I better get that done. Oh, no, that has to be a merger. There. You're an addict, yeah. Yeah, maybe so, but there's also the other part of it, like, I didn't have to, right? I don't have to do it that way. New inspiration, Terraformers comes out with that update tomorrow. That's nice. Maybe I'll just have a look at that then. Yeah, see, now what happens is that now I just commit myself to more random videos. Shouldn't this have a blue line towards here? No, it should not have a blue line towards that, because that would be an incorrect blue line. There we go. Oh, no. Yeah, like that. Could set aside another game that you want to run random bonus streams on some days that you feel the need to work but might not want to dedicate informal streaming to. That doesn't make any sense. Streaming is the least technical. I was talking about YouTube videos, because streaming is what I do in the evening, but YouTube videos, that's the stuff I do during the day. And I think that the primary is that I've been working my whole life, and therefore for me, work is something you do during the day. Can't afford. And therefore, if I'm not working during the day, then I feel I'm cheating. It's a day off. Even though I'm still working 4, sometimes 5 hours every night. Yeah, but I'm gonna need more than... No, I'm not gonna... Too late. Yeah, but you're absolutely right. I could have just handcrafted. But now I'm like, mentally, yeah, I need to do that, right? So maybe schedule exercise in a fixed time slot in the week. That's the only way it works for me. Yeah, but the part is, I know I should, but now I'm sounding like a wannabe streamer that says I just need to get some better gear. Then I'm gonna start streaming. Once I get a new microphone and a new headset and a stream deck and a new graphics card, and then I also need some new lights and some camera. Then I'm gonna start streaming. It's right around the corner. I've tried it before. If I go to the gym and just go look at all those machines and go, go home, and next day I go like, I didn't get anything out of it. So I'm like, if I want to do it, I kind of then I need to get a good physical trainer who can like go like, you do these exercises like this, exactly like this, and come back, and then we'll review it together, and then I'll give you some more exercises. Because I know I'm not going to get it done. If I'm just standing up there and just looking at all of these weights and all of these things, and then I don't know if 8 reps, 10 reps, 12 reps, 20 reps, low load. No. 6 reps, maximum load. No, you have to do then, but also you need to alternate. And then you can't do triceps and biceps on the same day. And then your leg day, never skip the leg day. You got to get the back. Back is important. Also, the core, you need to get the core strength. And free weights, definitely do free weights. No, the machines up. Fuck! Need just someone tell me what to do. There's so much pseudo knowledge there that can someone who's actually has some kind of degree in sports thing. A bad workout is better than workout. Yeah, I mean, are you sure you're not talking about sex? Like bad sex is better than no sex? Sure? That's not what we're talking about? Let's check other things that we might be missing. Can't see anything glaring here. That's gonna be this one. Forget the pre, mid, post workout. Oh yeah. Yes, absolutely. Important things as well. Smashing our face into the floor because that's the way we roll. Yeah, see, I'm not looking for exercise advice. That's just the best way I was thinking, but it's like, okay, I was thinking like, hey, I could get a dog, then I'll go for walks every day. I do go for long walks every day. I love hiking and just going for long walks. And I always do my shopping, walking, because I just enjoy it. But that's not exercise. It doesn't count. It's not a replacement. It's just, it's nice to go out and go for a walk, but it's not like physical exercise. Can you sign in the tubes? Yeah, I do. Yeah. I hate the gym, find a real sport that gives you actual goal to exercise. Yeah, I know that, Mark, but I've been using that excuse for 10 years, and since I haven't found any sport that I like, then it's not happening. So if I need to do something, it has to be at the gym because that's the only option. So, should we? Wouldn't these be the ones that should be actually AI limiters or smart splitters instead? Yeah. So I know that advice, and it's good advice that if you find some sport that you love, then it doesn't feel like an obligation. And there's also the part that once you go, I don't know, X number of times, then it just becomes a habit. That's something you do. I used to actually be in a good rhythm, like right before Corona, like so many other things. I was going to the gym 3 times a week, and it felt good, and I could see progress, and it was nice. And then, you know. Don't underestimate the value of paying someone to be disappointed in you. A wife? Is that what you're proposing? I think water polo since I was 9. That helps. Oh yeah. That's a rough one, isn't it? I mean, it's pretty. It's not. How did that mess? How is that not working? Oh right, one of these has. This one has to be going out to that side. Yeah. That was how it works. Okay, and look at our shadow. Weird. But I still didn't. smart splitter. So what is it I wanted to do with the smart splitter that I didn't do before? I want to prioritize it into... What? That's weird. Why am I stuck here? Huh. That's weird. Apparently you slide. I enjoy golfing. Oh, you know, I found something that I actually found really fun was frisbee golf. It's not really like it. It's basically just a walk, but without the golfing thing. I thought it was really fun. But again, it's like, I know I even have a place not too far from me that where you can go do it. But again, it's like, I don't know if there are clubs for it. There probably are, but I don't know. Oh, that was just something that I tried once and I got like, that's super fun. But I guess it's also more fun if you actually play with someone, because it's just you go for a walk and talk and take turns throwing that thing. Alright, let's see. I will now force them to go into the middle first. Any that way. Overflow that way. Yes. I'm going to do it this way so I know. Any this way and overflow out. Good. So 3 frisbee per golf course before we even got a golf course. Oh, right. There are about 1 million golf courses around here. That is... It says a bit about the neighborhood. Yeah, you go in here. Yeah. 1, 2. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Not just yet. Not yet. Good. Break. Yep. I'm just hooking up this belt here, and then I'll take the break. I promise. I'll do it. Did I? Yeah, I did get that on. And then 1, 2, and then no way that's gonna work, is it? Oh, it is gonna work. And then you just go in there. Perfect. But not now. Alright. So we're ready for the last bit. And then that comes out here and has to match up to that one. Save the progress. We will save the progress. Let's look over towards that weird mess. 36. There. And I will be back in 2 minutes for that bonus hour of ours. And then we'll definitely have this operational. Get that over. see if we can get all the other iron parts over there as well. So, be back in 2 minutes. And we're back, and hopefully we have also fixed Nightbot, so maybe we can see if a moderator or anyone can check if Nightbot is working or not. And that was that one. Title. Woo, it works. Alright, good. What a productive break that was then. So, by the way, I haven't even talked about, because I didn't have time to update my schedule because, you know, wanted to load up the stream immediately. But tomorrow is actually the release of Riftbreaker. No sponsor stream or anything, but I think we should be playing it nonetheless. What do you guys think? Do we, yeah, that March command, not really relevant. Let's see, what's the next part? The next part is that they need to go out here and split in... No. Alright. It's certainly a game I've wanted you to revisit. Perfect. We need baked beans here to say, yes, do it. Why do I need hypertubes? I have gravity. Okay, next and middle. Okay. So that is as close as possible, and the other one is actually on the edge. Okay. One mod I've seen is a quite cool elevator. Oh, right, yeah, that's a pretty nice idea. Also something that I would probably use elevators more than I would use hypertubes. I like the idea of sort of having a central location and just an elevator up and down. But, you know, if you start playing mods, then every question will be like, oh, what is that thing? And then the next one will have to be Hold on. You can't go further out that way. You have to go this way. Nope. Too far. There. Which game? Riftbreaker. Riftbreaker is coming out tomorrow with DLC. And let's see. So that will be... I think we'll... Yeah, it's tough because... Huh? Is that aligned? Yeah. It's a game I really wanted to play. But it's also... I also really want to complete Captain of Industry. But, you know, new games, they have to be played immediately. As a content creator, at least. I think the Riftbreaker is... When you play it as a survival game, that it... I'm not going to say it's intended to play like that, but when you play the survival map, it's not actually that fun because it gets too stressful and you have to sort of always be doing something. It becomes a speed run because you just don't have the time. And if you have the time, then you're not playing at the right difficulty. So... But if you have the time to... Wow, wow, wow. How? Huh. If you have the time to build something nice in the game, then it has more of a building aspect as well. And then the occasional raids are just interesting and not annoying. How? How do they... Oh, right. Must be here then. Right? Like that. Alright, that should be all the connections. Now we need, oh, not all of the connections. Where are we gonna build it? We can actually just drag it. Like this. Come on. I wanted to make that. Yeah. Your campaign is pretty forgiving, yes. But not just forgiving, it's more that it plays more like an RTS and not like some frantic speedrun. And I decided that this would coming into the middle. So that means that one. 1, 2. Hard to know. Go. Like this? Yeah. Woohoo! I don't even know if I want this. I think I do want this to be here. Yeah, I have it other places as well, so why not? Don't know any Chris, sorry about that. No, that is not my name. There's nothing about that that's my name. Nothing at all. Why not? Well, maybe you check the channel name, and if you have a channel, then you probably want to be called by that channel name. And if you really insist on using my real first name for I don't know what reason, since no one except my mom calls me that, then that's still not Chris. Still need power. I think I'll get the power from over here. Makes sense. I think. Yeah. Go. Something. There you go. Okay, and I suppose this is working. So what do we need now? We need inputs are ready to go. Oops, yep, parachutes ready to go. I wonder how many parachutes we have. 20. No reason to stop being idiotic about using those. Looking really cool. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I think it looks weird. Like all of that mess. It's random, and I like the randomness, but I also hate it. And yeah, but I think this tower has gotten a lot better, and of course the pink color is always helping. So now the next part is power. We need power for this, and then we need to drag power over to... This is actually a critical power line now. Whoops. As long as build on spaghetti, yeah. Let's see, where did I decided to build this from... No, I can't do it from that side. Hold on. Yeah, I can. Sure. Yeah. Oh, right, now bad stuff, right? More connections. What is that connection doing? What? What the hell? Why are there a million connections on this? What the hell happened? How is there... What? That was so weird. There. That's Mark 2. It connects over to the next one. And then you will also connect to here and here. You will connect to that one and that one. You will connect to that and... Okay. Can this even have more? Ah, one more. Whoops. This thing with just jumping, bouncing over belts, that's the one thing that we really want to get rid of when we get to some stuff there. There? Oh, really? Oh, really? Then I don't need this. What a fortunate happenstance that there was just one of those here. Oh yeah. This is actually powered. Shouldn't I just yeah, let's fire it up. Or not. I don't know. Let's power the other. Let's build the other one. I'm making a motor factory, and in order to make a motor factory, I needed to make one more layer on our steel pipe factory. What? Why is that one stopping? Oh, yeah. I just killed some kind of random power pole, I guess. That one, probably. That's my guess. I think. Right, do I want to build this now? I'm thinking if I need it for sort of a YouTube episode thing. Nah, let's oh, man. Max consumption is higher than our production, but our actual consumption is still lower. Yeah, here it comes again. It's fine. There, that's the corner, and then it goes up here. Or is it, how do I do this again? I guess I have to build it on the underside because I can't really build it anywhere else. So let's build it. Man, this is gonna be killing our power when I plug it in. But then I guess that we know what the next thing will be. No. You haven't started working? Nope. I haven't started, but I also have plans that I need to expand my coal power a bit more before we go to oil power. Because it's pretty simple to upgrade the oil or the coal power just a bit more. Oh yeah, there should actually be another line there. $40. Why? Why 29? Welcome back. How's Amsterdam? It was good. It was very good indeed. I had a good time. I met a lot of interesting people, and that was kind of the main objective, was to meet interesting people and just get some reflections and some talking, and you know, just getting a bit away. So that was everything that it should have been. Everything I wanted it to be. Oh, by the way, sort of on the topic of sort of random anecdotes. You know, like Razer and HyperX and Logitech, they always have stands there, right? And obviously, every content creator comes over and goes like, "Oh, can I get free stuff?" But I was like, okay, I'll try it sort of a bit more professional. So went to Razer, and you know, I have a lot of my equipment is Razer, so you know, okay. Oh right, oh partner, yeah. They talked to our partner manager from the US. Like, oh okay, cool. She flown in here to just talk about this. All right, cool. So talk to her, and it's like, yeah, okay. So what I'm looking for is basically like a full sponsorship. I don't want to. I'm not interested in like, hey, here's a free headset. It's like, if I'm gonna do like a sponsorship for something, then it should be like, all my equipment is this, and there's an incentive in it for me. So I know you can't promise anything, but you know, how do we continue this this conversation sort of beyond just a friendly chat here, basically? And she was like, "Oh yeah, you know, I'm just going on Twitch and I'm just looking at a lot of channels and finding something I like. There's this person that she only has 100 viewers, and I love her. She's so good. So we gave her a sponsorship. Like, yeah, okay, but I'm trying to understand your sort of funnel from discovery into sort of how you select. Yeah, we selected, and it's not right now. It's by the January to January, so it's not at all right now. I only start looking in August and September, and then I go on Twitch, and I just okay. But how do I? If I went until January, it's too late. So how do I put my name in the hat so that you can? Oh, but I go on Twitch, and I okay. I'm just looking for your method. Do you have an email? And to think, oh, just go and okay, I got it. Never mind. I'm going. I'm walking away now. So basically, the way that Razer runs their partnered stream is that some random idiot goes online, finds people she likes, gives them sponsorships. Great. That's gonna be really hard to. It was so fucking unprofessional. It was ridiculous. And I was like, because I was like, okay, I'm talking to someone who's head of America partnership relations. All right, we can talk business. Like, therefore, like, what is your recruiting funnel? Funnel? I just go on Twitch and I'm really in touch with the community. No, you're not. Like, it's like, okay, so how do I make you find my channel? Oh, it was at the end. It was like, all right, I get it. I'll just walk away. Clearly, not interested. That was just ridiculously unprofessional. and you wouldn't expect that. And it was just like, what? Why? How can you have this job? Maybe, I mean, I didn't get a business card because she didn't have a business card. Because, you know, she's just going out there and finding streamers she likes. That's the MO. So I don't know if she was the head of marketing for US or if she was the newest recruit and whoever was in charge, they were like, fuck it, I'm not flying to Europe. You take that one. That is also a very likely case that was how it worked. Because it was clearly someone who did not know anything about marketing or business or I don't know. Yeah. I expect to hunt. Yeah, and maybe that's it, right? And that's also why you want to sort of set yourself apart and to go like, okay, this is what I bring to the table. Is that something you're interested in, right? And it's basically saying like, okay, what are you looking for, right? What are the things that you're like? Is it? And like, oh, baby, we're sponsoring OTK, and like, no, for 2 years, like, I don't give a shit who you're sponsoring. You're not. Why are you bragging to me about what company you signed? It's not relevant to me who you have already signed. I'm the only one I'm interested in whether your signing is me. So, yeah, but a lot of those things, right? You give it a shot, you talk to them, and at the end of the day, it's just like, all right, 5 minutes of my life I'll never get back, but that's okay.
You have returned.
Thank you, Chips Nits. Thank you for the 2 months. Racer Hot Tub Stream, yeah. The thing is, like, when someone says that that's how they find it, then I go like, yeah, I have no chance. There's no chance that I'm in her demographic of streams she's going to be happening to drop by. No way. Like, I heard about this one stream and she was just hilarious and it was so good. So we offered her sponsorship. Like,
Our illustrious champion
doesn't really help me figure out what I need to do except being that one streamer who was hilarious apparently. Hey Mark, thank you for the 29. Oh yeah, I have one too. Yeah. Trying to snag are immature and not at the career level that you are. Yes, that's true. But there's things like, for example, Bits is actually doing it. And I think that they're, and maybe it makes sense, but what I think that they're doing is that they're going to be like, everyone can sign up as a Racer affiliate, no commitment at all. But if you sell something through their affiliate link, then you get a kickback. Then I guess that after you've done that for a while, they'll probably look through the numbers and go like, oh, this guy has actually sold something. Let's check the stats. Or this girl has sold. Let's check the stats. Oh, okay, well, let's reach out and go like, hey, you want some free headset? You want something? Because they're already inside the environment and they've been sort of, they've shown an interest in using their equipment, using affiliate links, putting the hashtag Racer Streamer on every one of their streams. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that unless you pay me big bucks, because that's prime real estate. You're going to have to pay me for doing that. I'm not going to do that for a $2 kickback when you buy a $100 headset. No way. But there will be people who will do that. And if they get those in, and when they grow, such as Bits, then they will also reach out and give more opportunities. And you know, there's nothing wrong with that strategy. It just means that they might they're just some that they'll never get if you have to come in from sort of work your way up from the ground up. Clark and Dave's kid? What? The oil spill was outside. Oh, right. The front fell off. Ah, yeah, the front fell off. Well, it's not meant to do that. Yeah, that's a good one. It's really... That is clever, good, simple, yet advanced comedy. Where manufacturers are going to start baking in streamer affiliate kickback into their costs. Well, of course they are. Every company has that, right? Nothing new about it. And it's called marketing. Every company, like companies like Alienware, Razer, Logitech, HyperX, all those brands, they are spending an ungodly amount of money on marketing. The headset is not a $100 headset. It's a $20 headset. The rest is marketing. Yeah, I'm going through the recipes. I just needed to make sure that I got the right thing. So it's stator, rotor. And then stator. Rotor and rotor. And all of these. No. Get as many people acting as influencers as they can with the promise of possibly paying them and expanding partnerships in the future. Yeah, that makes sense. So, because they have a Razer, too many Razer products are broken too easily. Yeah. Compared to 15 years ago, there was AdWords and whatnot. Yeah. A lot of companies are mainly marketing budgets. Went to a after party sponsored by Fourth Wall. They make merchandise. And it was, come to our party. And then I was waiting for my Uber at the end when I was going home, earlier than the rest. And I just talked to the guy who was hosting it, and I saw him pay the bill, and I was like, well, he was just looking at the receipt this long of drinks. Like, yeah, well, that was the sad part, but I guess it's the company expenses. And he was like, yeah, well, it's all right. It's 3,000 euro for the night. It's just marketing budget. We know that our cost of acquisition is about $100. So if we spend 3,000 tonight, we just need to get 30 new customers in. Like, that's a brilliant way of looking at it, right? So, hello, I've been watching Satisfactory and love your content. Just want to thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you for dropping by, and thank you for the compliment. But I really love when you hear when you hear someone saying the cost of customer acquisition, they go like, yes, you know what you're talking about. See, this is someone who was in clearly the same role as the Razer woman, new Marvel superhero Razer woman. But that was like such a stark difference from someone who just paid $3,000 and went like, nah, it's just a business expense because we know our cost of acquisition, and this is believed to be a good acquisition. I can go back and look at our stats. We know how much we get per month. Then I can see if there's a spike over the next couple of months, and then if we can attribute it to the people who are here, we can see if that was worth it. That's a guy who knows his shit. Compared to I just go on Twitch and see if there's someone I like and throw a sponsorship at them. Right? About 3 years I've been watching you. Nice. That's a while. And then first time coming here. Is it? No, not the first chat. Let's see. What are we missing? We're missing all of these. All of these have to be iron wire. And 15? Yes. 15. 15. 15. And the next one is not 15. No, that is 20. That's the 20. Another 20. Another 20. And another 20. And then the next will be 15 again. But that's already set. And if I go back here, I don't honestly care about that. We'll just set all of them to the same. No point in scaling them down. Actually, there wasn't any point in scaling the other ones down either. How soccer teams in sex make enough money just from few billboards who goes like, this automotive. What? Did not get any of what that was what I was saying. All right, so that's now built. Good. Running Satisfactory for a couple of weeks now. Could you show the part of your factory where the start approximates? Yeah, sure. Since I'm lost anyway. Ow, 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 ow. And I do have a YouTube video about that exact thing. You ready? You ready? Here it comes. That's the one. All of this. So basically it starts from burner power thingy, iron products, copper products, concrete product, reinforced iron frames, rotors, modular frames. That's all now going all the way over, all the way up, and up there. But looking at it in detail, it basically takes 120 iron, 120 copper, 120 concrete, and then or limestone, and then it deals with it from there. Almost time for the gas mask. No, I can't get the gas mask until I have or rubber and plastic and something. It's really cool. It works really well. And then this part is also it's a good enough outcome of sales. That part I don't understand. We're flooded with ads before internet was broadly available and people had unlimited ads. The reason why we're flooded with ads is because they fucking work. If people would stop clicking on the stupid ads, there wouldn't be any ads, and then the internet would fall apart. Because it's unfortunately running on ads. It is ridiculous how effective ads are. When you look at the cost sometimes of AdWords, and you're like, how are people paying so much for 1,000 impressions? Because it's worth it. The thing is, like, a very simple part in terms of what has happened because of AdWords and other, but let's look at it primarily from AdWords. Is if you had a business and you're producing something physical, there's a cost of production, there's distribution, there's local sales, all of that stuff is super advanced. But if you sell something that you are basically buying from someone and just passing on, or it's a service, or it's an online product, then where there isn't any production cost, where there's a fixed cost, and then maybe there's a shipping cost, then you basically go like, okay, well, if I sell this for $100 and my production cost is $20 and I have $5 of shipping, well, I have $75. Anything in that range, that's just profit. That means, or $75, yeah. So I can pay $70 to acquire one customer, because they'll pay $100 for a product that's going to cost me $25 to produce and ship. So you can just, all of that leeway, all of that space is available for you to sell. And if it's something you just shipped from somewhere else, get outsourced production. It's an online product. It's like music or whatever. I think then there is no cost of production, and then basically like I can take 95% of the cost and I can just use that for marketing because I just need more customers in my shop. Consumer awareness is also going to be a hot commodity. Exactly, it is, and that's why influencers are so valuable, because there's this media space is so saturated with advertisement that people are immune by it. But if I say, man, you want a good headset? It has a special feature. It squeaks. You want a squeaky headset, right? Right? Buy this kind of headset, and buy this headset. Super good, extra squeakiness. No other headset is as squeaky as this one. Get it. Then you'll be like, I didn't know I needed a squeaky headset. If Nila's using a squeaky headset, I want a squeaky headset. How much was it again? $120. $20 goes to me and $100 goes to the company. Right? I've always wanted to see, and even if you didn't know that, you could see. Here, follow my affiliate link. Exactly. I mean, this is the thing. Like, if I'm using it, it must be good, right? It must be the thing that makes my factory efficient. It must be. Correlation equal causation. All right, what are we missing? We're missing... crap. We're missing some iron ore there. Okay, all of this is hooked up. All of this has recipes. We just need to plug it in, and then we get stuff inbound. Yep, so the only thing we miss is actually going out to that location out there in the wilderness somewhere. Yeah, I'm gonna need a bit more of everything. And that one, no. And that one. Good. Go. I want a squeaky headset. Yeah. Yeah, everyone wants a squeaky headset. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ah! Crap. That did not work. You have any mods? Nope, no mods. Don't play with mods in Satisfactory. First of all, I don't think that... main reason is that then I'd have to spend a lot of time just explaining what this particular mod that I have is doing, instead of just playing the game. And also, if I have mods and you want to play along, then you can't really play along because you don't have the mods necessarily that I have. Did they fix the water pumps? Nope. Okay. That's actually too much. That looks like a good line here. Yeah. Oh, we can even see them. Oh, no, no, no. Crap. Well, that's a thing now. Where are they? Oh, they're everywhere. I cannot pick it up. Damn it. If there's an elevator once, we'll have a command to explain it. Yeah. This is a pure, so that's fine. Oh, power. Damn. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna end up getting more than one line of iron back from here, so for various things. So let's take this one. I hear something. Put a foundation under, you can pick it up. Yeah, that's a good point. What is that sound? There's a sound. And it's not the sound of music. Uh-huh. And off we go with that. And what? How? Oh, it just didn't draw it correctly. Ladders are always inverse color scheme for completely unknown reasons. Looking good. Alright, Ursulek, thank you very much for joining and supporting and being awesome and hanging out. There. Kind of sucks with that kink there, but hey, no kink shaming. Since makes sense, ladders would accept. Yeah, that's true. That they might do that for sort of visibility purposes. Yeah, so we're gonna drag this home. How much do we actually need? I can calculate that, right? I can calculate. It's 140. No. It's, oops, I clicked something. 280 divided by 9 multiplied by 5. 155. So it's actually not enough. So we need to upgrade it when we get there, right? No, it's actually enough because it is getting 240 out. It's a pure and it's a Mark II miner, so that's 240. Oops. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted to go down here and... Zoop zoop. Zoop zoop. And get this inbound. And then afterwards I'll drag power the other way. And then it'll work. Then I'll take us. I think we're actually exactly going to make it on time to see this come online. We're not going to make it with the getting it back to the hub, but yeah, you know. One thing. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hello, Cashmere Goat. Good evening. Is that angry one? We'll get it. We'll get it. We will persevere.
Multiple fix-it personnel in the area. Proceed with harvest before it's too late.
And from kind of cutting it close. Yeah, let's get some copium. I think I need some copium here at end of my stream. Yes. Good stuff.
Comply.
All the satisfying needles copium. Yeah, but it's tried, but couldn't really. The problem is that it shouldn't look like Nilo's doing drugs. No, that didn't happen. No, the horror. No. How did you deal with it before you can make copium? I didn't. That's easy. I didn't deal with it. Okay, don't move, don't move, don't move. Yeah. I want to see where I have my intersections. Oh, this is also nice that I'm not actually accidentally clipping that one. That would just be a perfect way to end the stream. Right, so tomorrow will be a bit of having a look at the new Rift Breaker, because it's new, and then we'll continue with Satisfactory. We'll figure out how much we're going to do Rift Breaker, whether it's just like a stream or two, or if it's like a full playthrough. I think I'd like to do like at least one, maybe two videos on, hey, this is the new stuff. So we now assume that it's working, right? Yeah, assume. Good. Let's switch on the other things. Oh, I lost. Oh, the miner was not rebuilt? Okay, good. Thank you, Peter Chia. I thought you were heading to work, or maybe you're in the car and you're still more observant than I am. Please don't say so. God. Just came home. That was a short work day, or I've been streaming for a long time, or you didn't bother. Like, yeah, I came to work and just decided that wasn't for me today. Or basically you came to work and see that the boss is not there, so like, fuck it, then there's no point in I'm there. Alright, we have 3 minutes, and I need to switch on the other build and then just let the whole thing trickle through. Actually, I think I should take my save before the whole thing comes in here. Let's do that. You want to see it working, right? I mean, we've been working on this all day. Clock. Everywhere I build, it's just painful. Commute is 30 feet or so from my bed to my office. 30 feet? Pfft. I could not live with more than 3 feet. That's... 30 feet? I mean, that commute would kill me. Get another job. Get one closer. I have 3 feet from my bed to my my office. Yeah, I would like to have a dedicated studio, but that is not in the cards. Not until I become rich and famous and then buy an island. Private island with a lighthouse. Very remote location. Hey, are they working? Yeah, they're starting to work. There we go. The first things are coming in. If my mechanical keyboard was in my bedroom, my wife would kill me. See, I have a solution for that. Divorced, happily divorced for 6 years. So, you know, my keyboard can click all at once. Yeah, it's really nice, I know, because right now it's about 1,000,000 degrees in here. And I can't sleep. And if I open the windows, there's going to be 1,000,000 mosquitoes and 1,000,000 minus 2 degrees warm. So it's... yeah. Did these not get a recipe? No, they didn't. Nope. Yeah. For it, but man, some people have been judgy about that. What? A dedicated office area. Yeah, that's the thing. Like when we look in retrospect of that, it was actually 2 years of working from home, more or less, right? Depending on where and what and how and all that stuff, right? But then a lot of people, they just sat every day just at in the kitchen table on a kitchen chair and just working on a laptop and just like no that you could do that if you're working from home a half a day, but 2 years, damn. An adaptable mosquito net. Is there a heat wave hitting Denmark as well? I mean, I think that the main part of the heat is generated here from this thing and from that thing, so, and from the factory generating a lot of heat. Come on, get up there. Get up there. Oh, like the first one got made. Shipping one out. Yeah, that's the problem with the manifold here, but it'll work. Hold on. Are we even... How many do we have? We have 8, and they're all running at full speed. And 8 times That's 240. I'm getting exactly 240 in. So we're getting everything. We just need sort of the manifold to start working and do that thing that it does. All right, so we're getting wires coming out. Not in high quantity, but enough to get it in here. The steel pipe is now the problem at this location. Yeah, since they come in from alternate sides, then it's gonna take a while for this to stabilize. And the steel pipes are coming in at 120 per minute, and I need 100 per minute. So I have an oversupply of steel pipes as well. But as you can also see, that's not a lot of stuff coming inbound. This one, but that one, this has no wire because, well, the wire is not saturating yet. So kind of the middle ones will probably start working to do it, to do something here. So Denmark, likely more people with my last name near you than near me. All you need is 4 flat narrow pieces of wood, and you stretch the mosquito net by stapling it. Four narrow pieces of wood, mosquito net, stackable. Instructions unclear. How many stators are we producing? Right now, not many. 5 plus 5, that's 10 plus times 2 builds. So basically, I'll just build a little tower here. Right, so the way it works, steel pipes are coming in here, and they will go up on this line. Iron ore comes in, gets smelted, and then gets made into iron wire. So the iron wire and steel pipes go in, and they become stators, rotor, consolidate in here. You can see rotors here, and stators somewhere. Similarly over here, same. Stator, rotor, and then 5 motor there, 10 motors out. Everyone's happy. Will it be steady stator? It will. Turns into an MK2 before hitting your motor setup. It turns into an MK2? What? What do you mean? An MK2? Do I have MK2 anywhere? That's definitely a mistake. The Ironside. Old Ironside. Huh? I've seen old Ironside. Belt 3? You mean like some of this belt here? All this is Mark 3. All this is Mark 3. You lied, you're blind, sorry. I think that you're probably not blind, so yes, you probably did lie. It's alright. Yeah, so this is working. It needs 10 per minute of each, and that should work, and that gets us 5 motors, and 5 motors will be happily chucking along. Oh, I am actually building it so that it can go directly back. We're going to be seeing like the first motor builds here, motors coming in. Hey, look at that. Woo, happy motor. Sweet. And now we have an infinite amount of motors. Yeah, kind of. Here. And it will go into that one. Copy. Paste. Fuck it. Ta-da! We have the motors built. I have 5 of them. It's not much, but it's ours. We're missing a few things. We're missing the tube going back there, and we're going to miss some kind of anchoring and stuff like that. But it's working, and it is 6 minutes past. Well, it's still pretty nice. So I'm pretty happy with what we achieved today, and happy that we got an extra hour. Thank you very much for that. That enabled us to actually get this to be done today, which is nice. Well, done and done, but somewhat. So I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be playing some Riftbreaker, so come check that out. It's a new week, it's a new challenge, new stuff, and maybe also some stuff will start coming in on my YouTube channel again. So if you have not forgotten that it exists, do remember to check that out. Good night. Take care. You guys are awesome. It was so good. I'm so happy that I just started streaming immediately as I came home. It was super awesome. So thank you all for supporting and sticking around and enjoying a relaxing evening. Good night. Stay effective.